In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary, and she conceived by the Holy Spirit. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done unto me according to your word. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt amongst us. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Pray for us, the Holy Mother of God, that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ. Let us pray. Pour forth, we beseech you, O Lord, your grace into our hearts, that we, to whom the incarnation of Christ your Son was made known by the message of an angel, may by his passion and cross be brought to the glory of his resurrection, through the same Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thanks, Father Brown. Now moving on to some of SPUC's projects.
The Society for the Protection of Unborn Children is working to make abortion unthinkable and to ensure that precious unborn babies can go on to live happy, healthy and rewarding lives. Every unborn baby saved, every mother helped, each of these things will echo through eternity. With courage, clarity and kindness, SPUC will never stop speaking in defence of those who cannot. Please, unite with SPUC now and become a link in the chain courageously battling to end abortion.
Hello and welcome everyone, it's great to be back.
Well, I've enjoyed the talks are really good, and also friends here that you don't get to see.
It's been absolutely incredible. I've met some amazing people. We've heard some great speakers, very smart people with lots of great stories to share, and it's been a very hopeful weekend for the pro-life community, and I think we've all taken away some very positive messages to go back to universities, go back to work and start spreading the pro-life message again.
It's great to see everyone again. I was here last year, so everyone's always super friendly. Nice to see some new faces as well, make new friends.
The atmosphere is unreal. Like, I came here like 3 years ago for the first time, and I know nobody, and like everyone now, like even they're so friendly. Like, I've made the greatest friends from here, and it's honestly so good. No, it is. It's really good atmosphere.
Well, it's my first time to SPUC Youth Conference, and it's been very welcoming. The talks have been very inspirational. I think it's been good.
It's been an absolutely fantastic conference so far. The people have come from all over, even as far as Spain this year, which is fantastic.
Fantastic weekend. We had such a variety of speakers I enjoyed, such as Josh and Margaret, who spoke on the reality of course abortion. So over 170 young people were equipped by SPUC here.
I always enjoy being here and having the community, because you can always feel so alone when you're back in your normal life and you just come here and you remember there's so many people that you're your age.
I was actually here last year and it's been amazing. I thought it was going to be like, oh, same thing as last year, but no, it's been completely different, and I would definitely recommend to every single person to come for it next year. I won't be missing next year, so I will definitely be here.
The theme of this year's conference is essentially coerced abortion is abuse, so it's highlighting to the young people the reality of coerced abortion.
The speakers that we have just been absolutely fantastic. We wanted to focus a little bit on coercion this year, and how important that is to bring up and highlight. So we have had some fantastic speakers on that topic. We also had Josh Graham over from the Equal Rights Institute in the States, so we've been wanting to bring him over for a while now.
Highlight of the conference, definitely Josh Graham, internationally renowned pro-life speaker, and he was giving us lots of advice about how to kind of pick apart our own arguments, kind of take them back to the principles of them.
I've really enjoyed the talks. They've all been really informative, really exciting, but also just building up pro-life community. I think it's so important, especially at the minute. It feels very, especially in Edinburgh, we've had a lot of opposition over the past year, and so meeting up with other pro-life people and seeing the bigger picture has been really, really uplifting.
We just had our King and Queen and TikTok champions of 2023 at the SPUC conference, and these guys got the most views, got the most likes, and it's good. They didn't know each other before this weekend, and here they are now sharing the spoils of their good work.
It's always a great opportunity to get young people together to learn and to get to know each other and to create that sense of pro-life community.
Just really inspiring to meet so many young people of a similar mindset and ready to change other people's minds.
It's wonderful to be at the 2023 Youth Conference and to have so many enthusiastic young people listening to such inspirational speakers. They really are being educated, they're being empowered, and I really believe that they will go out and change our society to make it a pro-life one. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and SPUC is really pleased with how this event is going.
Today we're out doing the Project Truth roadshow, so every day this week we've been in a different town city bringing the pro-life message to the public. So this is actually the 9th roadshow that we've had. Next year's our 10th anniversary, so it's been a fantastic week.
So far so good. It's been actually really, really wonderful chatting to people from all types of backgrounds and all different types of experiences, and people have been very open as well, and we've been chatting to women who've been suffered child loss as well, and we've had a really encouraging conversation with them.
I find it such a different experience from being online, because online you can hide behind a profile picture and that's it, but here you're actually interacting with the public, whether that's old women, young women, or just anyone, it can even be wee wains that come up to the stall. It's really, really lovely.
While here we can actually have really, really fruitful interactions, and I feel that this is a great way to not only spread the message of life, but also the idea that we are not the monsters that media portrays us to be, and actually care about the well-being of the woman as well as the child.
It's been really, really good. I've really enjoyed it. I've never been to all these places in Scotland before.
I've really loved it actually. It's been such a good opportunity to try to get more experience having conversations about life ethics. I guess I've had a bit of experience before, but this one is just really, putting me right in the thick of it, which I've really enjoyed.
It's been an incredible experience. It's been great talking to people, the people of Scotland, finding out their views on abortion and finding some common ground with people. A lot of people think that pro-life is they're anti-women, and that's absolutely not the case. We're here to support women. We're here to support pregnant women with finance, cots, counselling, because abortion shouldn't be a woman's only choice. We're here to provide alternatives.
It's been amazing. I've made so many good friends, and it's so nice to have like-minded young people all together sharing this experience.
There's a good group of people, and I think we all got close quite quickly, which is nice.
Yeah, but I must say it's been so positive. And then once you get chatting, I've had so many conversations where people initially start off with being very, pro-choice for rape, and once you go through the discussion with them and just chatting and proposing the alternatives, they're like, oh, I really like what you're doing, and they're fist pumping you and shaking your hand and saying, I wish you well.
We've been out around Scotland showing a positive message of the pro-life movement, and I think because we've been so positive, we've actually got a very positive response. So I think it's maybe the years that we've been doing this, and this is my third roadshow, and I'm seeing where we're planting little seeds, and I think I see them developing.
What we're speaking to people about as well is coercion. The BBC did a recent poll, 15% of the surveyed women, and that's all women, that's not just pregnant women, women who've had abortions, all women surveyed had said that they had experienced pressure into having an abortion. So we're chatting to the public about that, calling in the Health Secretary to do better research into this.
And people coming round to our way of thinking, at least a bit. And at the very least, someone who just takes a leaflet, takes it away, might give it to a family member, who's able to see, support for women in crisis pregnancy.
One of the main messages that I've been talking to people about is the support that's available from lots of different pro-life charities that women can access if they're in a difficult pregnancy situation, so that women know that abortion is not their only option and that they're worth and deserve much better.
Now I understand the kind of work we need to do more and how much more we need to preach the truth to people outside. So it's been a lovely experience so far anyway.
It helps to give you a bit of an insight into people's lives and what their experiences are, so that you can really find the best ways to help them and support them rather than lead them down a path that's going to cause them a lot of pain in the future.
I love everyone on the team. We've had a good time this week, and it's been great again talking to the people of Scotland.
The Alma Mater Fund is really important because it gives women tangible financial help while at the same time progressing and pursuing their academic studies.
When I was pregnant at first, it was the biggest shock in my life. I was not expecting it.
Pregnant and parenting university students are vulnerable to a great number of things while at university. Many of them feel as though they have to choose between finishing their degree and having their child. According to the NUS, 11% of student parents report having enough money to cover their expenses, and 60% of student parents have considered dropping out at some time during university, and that number goes up to 65% when you consider single parents.
The Alma Mater's Fund was so helpful in helping me get things I wouldn't have been able to afford, like cots and prams and all the little things as well. You don't realise how much money it actually costs to have a baby, but it really helped me out, yeah.
And so there's clearly a need there to support pregnant and parenting university students. And often universities are hostile environments to having children. Children and parenthood is not something welcome on campus. And so in response to that need, SPUC Scotland established the Alma Mater Fund to help alleviate some of the financial pressure, as well as to signpost to women the various places where they can get further support to continue their studies and have their children.
When students contact the Alma Mater Fund and I can speak to them directly, it's a very personal link, and I'm able to talk directly with individual students, get to know the women who may be helped practically by Alma Mater grants. Just chatting with them on the phone gives me a better insight and makes me more aware of the difference that the grant can make to their lives.
So to other students, I would tell them that you can do it, you can definitely get there with a baby. There is support out there in the university and charities like the Alma Mater Fund. Yeah. Aha, yeah, you can have a baby, can't you?
Mama! The Alma Mater Fund is currently restricted to Scottish universities, but it's our hope to expand to universities across the UK, as well as to students in other types of scenarios, whether it be college or something similar. Now, of course, there are 10 times as many universities in England as there are in Scotland, so that's a huge task ahead of us. But we're really hopeful that we'll be able to extend this support and this helping hand to empower more women to both pursue their degrees and have their families.
You can actually get through it, and I love her to bits as well, yeah. It's just, you're guiding me through it, don't you? Yeah, I feel like she's like my motivation now to actually push on and get my degree and get a job out of it as well.
So that's a short overview of some of SPUC's main projects. But let's join John Dugan once again in the studio, the CEO of SPUC, where you can ask him all those burning questions.
Good morning, welcome back. Well, actually it's afternoon now, it's 12 o'clock, so thank you Father Brown for that wonderful angelus, and thank you last night for, which I'm sure you all enjoyed, a very special and uplifting benediction and adoration from Father Brown in the beautiful Holy Family Parish Church here. So today we've got a very packed schedule, lots of guests coming in, lots of live Q&As for the chance for you to ask questions on Facebook, Twitter and our YouTube channel. So you can do that, ask any question. There's no questions that are not allowed. It will be moderated, so within reason, but questions on the topic of life or any other questions you have, let us know. We're happy to answer them. Now, we hope the technology is going to work out well today. Everything went smoothly last night and we got a good number of viewers. The latest figures that I have suggest there's over 3,000 individuals tuned in at some point to watch Sancta's Showcase for Life last night. Today we're doing 10 hours from 12 till 10, and some big names, some big interviews are going to come up. But we start today, of course, with Mr. John Dugan, who's returning back to the Sancta studio this morning. I hope you got your car defrosted very quickly to get here.
Just about, John. It was tougher than I thought. It was quite cold in Paisley this morning, but yeah, car was frosted. But yeah, fine. Great to be here.
We're glad you're back in. So the way this is going to go today is that we're going to ask John more in-depth things about SPUC and his journey towards being SPUC CEO, and at the same time just kind of discuss some of the deeper issues of society, politics and life. And as always, it's a live Q&A and live online, so you can ask John direct questions in the comment box. I'll be keeping an eye on the comment box and the viewers who are there, and if you want to ask John anything, I'll pass it on to John, so we'll do that. Let's go back to the beginning, John. I'm not going to reveal your age. You never ask people their age in interviews, but what is your kind of educational background for a start?
Oh, well I've got a degree in physics is what I started. So I studied physics at what was then Paisley College. So I started as a physicist. I worked in engineering. So I worked in the nuclear industry. That's where I met my wife. So I worked on nuclear reactors to make sure that they were safe. So that was my starting point. I worked in France for a year as part of that. So the French were the best in the world at fabricating nuclear reactors. So part of my job was to go over and just make sure that those reactors were safe to be used in the civil nuclear power industry in the UK. But one day over in France we got a phone call to come into the office. We had a meeting, and in Parliament the day before, Margaret Thatcher had announced that they were closing the civil nuclear programme. So I got sent back from France then, and I then had to either stay, I was working for Babcock's at the time, but yeah, I decided actually to move on to another job, so I ended up working for Rolls-Royce. So I worked as a development engineer, working on, for those who like the technical stuff, the V2500 engine. Right. So if you're going down to London, you're usually using one of those engines. So I worked in the development of that engine. So yeah, so I worked, that was my starting point. When I was working for Rolls-Royce, the engine we actually worked on was too big for Scotland, like many things maybe, and so my department was being moved to Derby. Derby's the centre of Rolls-Royce, and I had a choice really. It was to move down to Derby with the department, or to stay here. At that time I was planning to get married. I was not far from being married, so I decided to stay in Scotland, get married, and at that time I was thinking, well, what will I do? Do I stay in engineering? And I decided to go back to university, and I did a master's in IT, and that got me into eventually becoming a college lecturer. So I was a college lecturer teaching computing, but systems analysis and design was my speciality, and a bit of program, COBOL programming, for those who remember COBOL in those days. I loved it in those days. I was a bit of a techie, so I loved that sort of stuff. So I did that for 7 years. And so meanwhile, I was married, had children, and I was involved in the pro-life movement in those days. I was thinking about this, when did I get involved in the pro-life movement? I feel as if, when I come back from France, that was the early 90s, Yeah, when I come back from France, I always got the SPUC newsletter, so I was involved in news information from SPUC and Life, in fact, as well, because I had my mum's cousin, Robert Graham, was the guy who ran Life in Scotland, so I was always sort of acquainted with the pro-life movement. I didn't really take up a position in it really until I moved to East Kilbride, probably in about '93, and I saw the opportunity to get involved, to run a White Flower campaign in my parish, and then I resurrected the branch for SPUC in East Kilbride, and so I got involved in the pro-life movement a bit then, and so I was lecturing at that time.
I can't get the image of Homer Simpson in my head. I'm just picturing the yellow skin, because I'm just thinking you've started a nuclear power plant or reactor or whatever, and then you've got multiple jobs since. It just feels like you're following that kind of.
Yes. So yes, I know. I mean, I always do think that. You know, I've always been a person of faith, you know, so I think God unfolds your life sometimes in unexpected ways, so it was unexpected, some of the changes. I mean, I chose to move into the IT, to do that. The pro-life was just seemed a natural thing. I've always been a believing, practicing Catholic, and it's integral to the Catholic faith to be pro-life, and all the other justice issues. You know, I've always supported SCIAF and more latterly when Mary's Meals came along as well. Things like that, Aid to the Church in Need. You know, so things that you just see the spectrum of justice issues that Catholics with a conscience are attracted to.
A nice comment from Harry Welsh saying good luck for today, John. So it's a wee shout out to the Knights of St Columba there. They do fantastic work boosting and helping, supporting the Catholic Church and also the pro-life causes in Scotland. This year at the Supreme Council of the Knights of St Columba, they decided to support as a project Alma Mater Fund. So that's going to be a really, really great boost to Margaret Akers and the team there who are working on that. Just going back, John, to your journey, you then were moving on towards working with the bishops, I believe?
Yes, so part of my involvement with the pro-life movement, I mentioned Robert Graham earlier, but Robert Graham phoned me one night, and at that time my wife had just been saying, we had young kids, and she was just saying, John, you're too busy in all the things you're doing. I was also involved at that time with an organisation called the Movement for Christian Democracy. I think at that time I was a member of a political party. Maybe I shouldn't say which party that was, because it didn't turn out well. But I got a phone call from Robert Graham saying, John, you'll never believe it, there's this pro-life party being formed, and they're going to run in the next general election. I was, and he was standing. I said, oh, good on you, Robert, that's fantastic. And he said, oh, but before we can get an election broadcast, we need one more person to stand. And I was, as soon as he said that, I was thinking, oh, I bet you're phoning to ask me. And I was like, there's no way I'm doing that. You know, but anyway, he was such a, Robert has passed away now, but he's such a decent guy, you just couldn't say no to him. So I ended up standing for the general election in 1997 in East Kilbride. And
was it Labour Party then, obviously? So. They did landslide that year, so.
Well, they did indeed, but the thing that was difficult was I had been a member of the Labour Party, so I was expelled for standing against them. And, anyway, understandably, I think I just didn't get my resignation in time. So I get involved in the political side of the pro-life movement at that time, and then later that year there was a by-election in Paisley, and I stood as the pro-life candidate, and that sort of got me a bit of a sort of a profile, known as someone who was pro-life from a Catholic background. And not long after that, the bishops were advertising for a parliamentary officer for the Scottish Parliament, was in the process of being created. And anyway, I was encouraged to apply for that, and eventually I got that job. So in 1999, I started working for the bishops as parliamentary. So I left. I mean, I loved my job at Motherwell College. I must say that was, if I think of what you enjoyed the most, I really loved that time. But you just sort of think, well, there's the fingerprints of God in your life. You think, oh, I sort of feel as if I've been delivered into the pro-life movement. And in particular, I thought that would be the main issue, Parliament promoting pro-life issues. But it turned out the biggest thing I faced were two things, I suppose, was the absolute determination to introduce assisted suicide. So I really was fighting against that from the very beginning, and also the dismantling of society's understanding of the family, especially the centrality of marriage, the relationship between a man and a woman. Especially all of that was being dismantled by the cultural and political elites. And so much of my work with the bishops for 15 years, almost 16 years, was involved in those issues. And obviously the pro-life, the pure pro-life about abortion and stuff like that would come up in the HFE bill and stuff like that. So I was involved in those things. And at the start, I principally worked under the leadership of Cardinal Winning, and then he died prematurely. And then it was Cardinal O'Brien who really took the leadership within the Bishops' Conference. But I worked for all of the bishops, really, so I did that and liaised with Parliament for those years.
Great, good viewer numbers here. Joseph says, I feel obliged to amen. You can amen if you want. You can also ask a question if you want as well. There's some more questions coming, but we'll get to those in a second. So after that period of time, John, in your life where you worked for the bishops, you then moved on to, I believe, SPUC, am I right in saying?
Yes, so in 2015, SPUC in Scotland needed a new, I was a director at that time, they decided they needed a chief executive officer. And John Smeaton, actually, I knew John at London, he said, John, would you apply for that job? And I was thinking, no way, you know, I love my job with the bishops. And at that time I thought, well, I couldn't be disloyal and leave the bishop, you know, I certainly had that feeling. But then I thought about it, and then I spoke to one of the bishops, and I just said, would it be disloyal if I did that? Because I certainly, you know, I did feel that someone needed to give leadership in the pro-life movement, and I thought, well, I think I could do that. And, at the time, the office in Scotland needed some development, and I had some ideas how we could do that, how they could liaise more effectively with Parliament, how we could build up educational program. So I had big ideas of what I thought I could do in Scotland. So I ended up, I did apply for the job, and I got it. So that was in April 2015. So I started working as the Chief Executive Officer for SPUC Scotland.
That's a great convergence, because obviously the Sancta story is that we started in May 2015, you know, as a kind of parish venture, but from there it grew. But I feel like our paths kind of crossed, and we were watching and covering Catholic life in Scotland. Naturally, that's going to cross into the pro-life discussions and events. And we saw a lot of great things come from SPUC. Was it your intentions in particular to build a great, vibrant team, or were you coming into a vibrant team at the start? What was your kind of thing?
It was, SPUC Scotland then was quite small, and I thought from my take on it was they seemed to have lost the profile within their major constituency, which was the Catholic Church. You know, and I think a lot of people say that, like, oh, you know, SPUC, you need to try and show that you're not Catholic or you're open to everyone. Now, SPUC is open to everyone. It's built on the principles of the right to life, you know, which is a universal human right. So it's not that it's for Catholics only, but the thing is, it's a natural part of Catholic life. So if you try and downplay the fact that, you know, in the high 90% of your supporters are Catholic, and you don't support their cultural and religious values, you're going to lose support. So I felt really they needed to up the profile within the Catholic Church and give support to the community. And lay people are supposed to support the endeavours of the Church. So my view was we could do that. I thought we could do more in schools, reach out and get to speak to more pupils. We could do more with youth. Now, there were good things, definitely there were good things that SPUC had done, but I thought there were chances, they were filled with potential. If we focused on them and then, you know, directed our efforts properly, recruited more staff, found more funding. So I set about to do that, and I thought, well, okay, we could turn this around and grow the team. At that time, SPUC Scotland were also closely associated with Arch and doing the support for women who'd had abortions. So I felt that could be grown as well. So I put my efforts into doing those things and looking for initiatives that would basically overturn this idea that pro-lifers are out there to denounce women or to judge people, and we're all miserable and want to judge and condemn, and show people that no, the pro-life movement is about people who love life. The pro-life movement is about people who want to support women, support families, and offer a better option than abortion.
One of the things that is noticeable about what you've done with SPUC Scotland, your time as head there, is how much it has grown and how much it's formed a tight-knit community. But it's not just from the top down, you've almost made it from the bottom up. There's individuals in SPUC who are outstanding individuals, passionate, decent people who have made their own splinter groups, in a sense, not splinters and breakaway, but formed different groups of social groups, different teams that go out and do different projects. And it's all very cohesive and it seems to work very well. I'm just going to go to the questions because just to remind you that we are live and you can ask John any question you want. We're getting some nice comments in from Tony Waterston, who says, a brilliant show so far, keep up the brilliant work, so thank you for that. John made a very brief comment there about funding and how he was looking at that at the start of his tenure as head of SPUC Scotland. You can see what John has done with the funding he had over the last 7 years now, since 2015. Just imagine what he could do with more for the entire UK. So we have the link below on the screen. The whole point of this fundraiser today is Sancta's Showcase for Life in aid of SPUC. So we're encouraging you, the viewer, if you've never been involved in pro-life before, if you've never been kind of worried or nervous about being seen to be pro-life, you can still donate on the link below. It's a private donation, no one's going to know, you don't need to tell anybody, but you'll be directly helping the work of SPUC to help mothers and babies up and down this country, to fight the good fight in ending the culture of death. So the link's there, the QR code's there, please be very generous. We've got a good question in from Grace, who says there are a lot of pro-life groups that do great work. So obviously we're focusing on SPUC, and we've chosen to promote SPUC today as Sancta Familia Media. But what is it that makes SPUC unique?
I suppose you touched on it. I think it's the grassroots networks that SPUC has. It's always had a branch system. Our whole governance is built on branches, so there are individual branches, and it only needs like 3 or 4 people to set up a branch, and that's what I was involved in East Kilbride in the early 90s. So that network then allows them to group into regions. So we have regions where people come together, and then the people from the regions can be nominated to serve on the SPUC Scotland board or the SPUC UK board. So we have that sort of cascade, I suppose, that allows support and ideas to go both ways. Up from they come from the grassroots, but obviously those who are employed by SPUC have to give some level of leadership. They can dedicate their time to building resources and ideas and planning and looking at how we enhance the talent or use the talent that's there across the branches in the region. So we've done that, and we've targeted particular areas that could be fruitful. So many schools that want to know about abortion, they want to have a debate. It's all one way if you watch the media, read the newspaper, so everyone hears all the stories, what is terrible, a woman's raped or there's incest or terrible things happen, and it's here is the solution. What we're able to say in our educational outreach is that, well, okay, those are solutions that are offered by society, but what are the consequences of those, and are there better solutions? So we do that through the school network. Our youth network has built up. The other thing we do that's, I suppose, different is lots of organisations will try to target politics themselves. A lot of their focus is actually enabling people at grassroots to get involved in politics. So it's not so much us lobbying, although we do a bit of that, but it's about us giving people the tools so that they can get involved in politics. And of course we're non-political in that we don't support a particular political party, but anyone from any party can support us because we provide the rational arguments and the evidence that they can then take to any party and convince them through reason that the pro-life position is a good one. So I think the grassroots sort of organisation, I suppose, is where we're different from many other organisations.
Hope that answers your question on what makes SPUC unique. Then, John, 2 years ago, I think it was just Before the pandemic or during the pandemic, you became the lead for the UK, taking over John Smeaton, and for the head of SPUC, the CEO. How has that transition been for you so far?
It was a challenge. Well, I mean, John had done an amazing job to build SPUC up to the size. I mean, he started off with just him and Phyllis Bowman. The two of them worked together. They built up this big organisation. They have a good fundraising team. They were reaching out in so many areas. I mean, John had built up SPUC to be doing work at the United Nations, to be involved in politics, to be involved in legal cases. So they'd really built a high profile. What I thought I could do with that was build on the best of that, but maybe bring in some of the things I tried to introduce in Scotland, especially a focus on youth, the focus on the services that we do, you know, things like the Alma Mater project, the Her Voice project, which offers women who've had abortions the opportunity to tell the story, because many of them have got that pent up within them. They want to tell others what happened to them. Things like that, you know, the Project Truth, the stuff that showed the excitement and energy of the pro-life movement, and also giving, you know, direct support to churches, to parishes. You know, John had pioneered an initiative called the Clergy Information Days, you know, where he would have events for clergy, sort of like continuing professional development, you know, so for us to try and develop resources that could go to parishes. So I was keen that, you know, I could look over the things that SPUC has done over the years and think, those were really good things. It's time to try them again and put more energy into them again. And one of the things we had decided to do a couple of years ago was, you know, to try and re-energise the branches, because there had been a time we thought, well, have branches had their day? Do people like going to meetings, being involved and committing themselves? Is that time over? So we really looked at that internally and assessed it, and we put a bit of effort into regrowing the branches. So that has worked well. I also felt, you know, as time develops, you can, you know, management techniques and all that have developed, and the professionalism of how you identify your key performance indicators, things like that, and, you know, how you train your staff. And so I thought there was opportunities there that I could introduce at SPUC. So we've done a lot of that, you know, the staff get a lot of training now, and yes, it's been an exciting adventure. It's been good to step in, and also to allow the teams across the UK to work together. So it's now a seamless organisation across the UK. So it was a bit split before. So I think, you know, I work closely with John, and, you know, I think we've been able to show that strengthened us. You know, we're able to fight the pro-life cause in Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England very effectively.
What's the main focus for SPUC just now? What is all the energy been focused towards at the minute? What's the most, if you could say, pressing issue for SPUC?
Well, there's several layers of answer to that, I suppose. There are the pressing political things just now. So we have like the buffer zones, we have pills by post. The increase in abortion because of the pills by post is absolutely enormous. You know, so in this year alone, a 19% rise, you know, is staggering. So the numbers of abortions taking place in Scotland and in the UK is staggering. So that needs to be tackled, and the dangers that it actually puts women in. So we took a legal case to try and stop the women being given the abortion pill to take it home. It is, in our view, dangerous. I think the evidence, even from government sources, shows that that's the case. So that's one thing. The suppression of freedom of speech. Now we see the buffer zones is just part of that. There are other organisations that actually do vigils and stuff like that. SPUC don't organise those things, but typically people who are in SPUC branches would get involved in them. So we are more looking at the legal side of that and the political side of that to protect people's freedom of speech. So that is an issue. But our biggest aim really is cultural change. So if culture doesn't change, if we do not change the hearts and minds of our citizens, we will never get a regime that respects every life. So that, I suppose that's it. in short. So there's a lot I could say in all of those areas, Joe.
What in particular about the pills by post? I believe there's a campaign for justice for baby Lily.
Yes.
For those who maybe are not aware, it's not really well publicised in the news that much, to be honest. What happened to baby Lily?
Yeah.
Maybe you could explain to us what the story was there.
Yeah, the story was the system just now allows a woman to phone up and just say, yeah, I'm pregnant. You're allowed it. In the early stages of pregnancy, women are allowed to order the abortion pill. They get it at home. They take that pill at home. Taking the pill makes it sound simpler than it actually is. It's much more difficult than that. But anyway, they have to use the pills that they're given at home, and this ultimately induces an abortion. Now, we've had people phoning, and the reality that most people don't know is, they deliver a tiny baby, so they can see it's a baby, but there are no checks. There's no meeting with the women in many cases, or it's very possible for people to get this and go through the whole procedure without ever seeing a doctor, without ever verifying what stage of pregnancy they're at. So this particular case of baby Lily, the mum ordered the abortion drugs, and the baby was delivered and died at 34 weeks of pregnancy, so way beyond even the abortion limit for what has become abortion on demand, up to 24 weeks, although that's not what the law says, but it's the way it's practiced. So we had this case, and so baby Lily was born dead, and obviously the trauma of that, it got news coverage. Perversely, the abortion industry saw that as an opportunity to campaign for abortion to birth. So instead of, but I think the backlash from society was, well, that's absolutely shocking. How on earth could that be allowed? And we're actually going to say no. That we need less law involved in this, not more law. Yeah. so obviously something is wrong with that process. So the staff, were greatly perturbed by that, and we chatted about how we could respond to that. And there was a feeling that was a human being with a name, and surely we need to get justice for other babies like that. Surely we just cannot have this throwaway society where we actually can dispose of babies that even for those the abortion minded, a baby that's perfectly capable of being born alive. Something's far wrong with the society. So in memory of that particular victim, we're trying to get justice for all babies, but all women, to protect women. The consequences of the women, the complications of taking these pills, these are strong poisons. They don't treat health. They make a healthy person unhealthy so that they expel their baby. When it's not the time to do so. Yes. So that's a big part of it, and trying to awaken people and to get our politicians to see reason that this is absolutely dangerous. And try to turn the tide back a little. So that's a campaign we're running just now.
Why do you think some politicians are scared to engage with the pro-life cause? I mean, the situation with baby Lily is just horrendous. It's shocking. And that's not even a kind of, if you could call it, it's more of an extreme scenario in the sense that people should condemn it. People should look at this and say, this is a clear example that pills by post is wrong. It's not working. This example has happened, so it's not something as an outlier. It's happened. It's actually a baby has resulted in death. What SPUC predicted has happened. Why is there not this political outcry where politicians are saying the pandemic is over? Let's come back to our senses and say this is a dangerous law. Let's remove it.
Sadly, politics doesn't really allow subtle thinking. It's very tribal. So positions are taken. So a position was taken decades ago that abortion is aligned with those who are progressive in terms of women's rights, and that's our side. So anything that supports that, we will go along with anything. And human beings are very good at rationalising, and so they will dismiss, oh well, that's just a one-off, or and they'll turn a blind eye to it. And the media is with them. So there was in the 60s, I suppose, a cultural elite that really wanted to change I mean, Roy Jenkins spoke about this. They wanted to create the permissive society. So those ideas were embedded in the 60s, and they've just really been strengthened. And we're at the situation now where really you're ostracised in politics if you go too far. Now there are some really decent, good politicians out there who do everything they can for the pro-life cause, and they're very brave. But by and large, they are being weeded out. You know, so the whole process now just gets rid of them, and the whole sort of cancel culture, the whole woke ideology, you know, is all about. There are a group of people now who are so convinced that they're right that they actually think those who disagree with them don't even deserve the right to be heard.
Yeah.
You know, so it really perversely they're the most judgmental of all people.
Yeah.
But they call for non-judgmentalism. You know, at a time when they really judge and condemn and vilify those who disagree with them. So that's the stage we're at in politics, and it's being reinforced. And we have this tightening of what's permissible to be debated.
Yeah.
And so you see if any politicians come out and have the wrong view, you can see the pack attack them.
Yeah.
You know, so we saw that with Kate when she was standing to be the First Minister. That, you know, everyone tried to bring her down. You know, within her own party and the media. And ironically, what it made most people think was, there's a person of conviction, a person of decency, a person of values. So I think the wider society thought, what's going on here? You can't be a person of faith, you can't be a person that thinks that human life is valuable, but you've got to be torn apart.
Exactly.
So I think there's a detachment now in politics from general civil political life, but civil and social life, I should have said. But most people are just getting on with their life, and the politicians are being allowed to be, you know, to go along and just keep going with that agenda and unchallenged, and they're in their own echo chambers now, so they're not really open to debate or other opinions.
John mentioned Kate Forbes there. We'll be having Kate Forbes' interview with us at 9:30 tonight. It'll be on the stream, the live feed. You can tune in there and see what Kate had to say. We were quite lucky here in this constituency where we're based, and when I was growing up and voting, most of our politicians who stood both for the various parties were all pro-life in this area. They have now retired now, so we're hoping that the current crop who are standing for election will be as pro-life and open to life as those candidates were. Speaking on, you know, not just politicians, but in general, we've got a good question here from Grace. Do you have a pro-life hero?
Oh, a pro-life hero? Well, I suppose John Paul II with the Evangelium Vitae. I mean, that's the systematic approach he gave to the pro-life cause, the level of reason he applied to that, and emotion about, you know, so much is in that particular encyclical, the Gospel of Life. And he really made it at the centre of his pontificate, the value of life. So I suppose if it's anyone, John Paul II.
Great choice. Agnes has wrote a comment in as well. Just a reminder that we've got 10 minutes or so left with John, but you can still send your question in. He'll be more than happy to answer the next 10 minutes. And also, this is a live fundraiser telethon for SPUC, so you can help SPUC, help John fight the good fight and his team by donating at the link below, and the QR code is there. Some people I heard last night were streaming from their television set, so you don't have to watch the small screen. You can cast us to the screen, use your Amazon Fire Stick, whatever you want to call it, your dongle, I don't know the rest of the words, forgot the other ones, but the other sticks available, and you can watch the live broadcast on there. So go back to the question from Agnes, quite a good one actually. How can someone become a member of SPUC, and what other ways are there, apart from donating on the live telethon, to supporting SPUC?
Well, earlier on you said about what's different about SPUC. One of the things I would say is the range of things that we do. So there's so many ways you can support. You know, we've got educational initiatives, we've got support for the women in Alma Mater. You can become a befriender, you get training, how to take phone calls to help women who've had abortions. A simple way you can do it is just to go online and register with us, and you can join up as a member, but the other thing you can do is just register to get emails from us. So you can get an email and just be up to date. So, sometimes in the pro-life movement there's this tendency that we've got to do the most heroic thing possible. Now, most people they don't have the time to be heroes every day, or they don't feel that inclined, to be fighting at the cutting edge. So there's very simple things you can do, but one of them is just to know the arguments and just be ready to talk about it. So you can talk about it to your colleagues. When I was at Motherwell College, I suppose when you work in the pro-life movement, you realise, or you come up against people who really want to do you down. But when I was at Motherwell College, the number of pupils, students who would ask me about the pro-life issue, I was known as pro-life. I was involved in pro-life things that the staff knew, and even the ones that disagreed with me, there wasn't the level of unpleasantness that seems to have been introduced into the debate now, as people see the vilification of pro-lifers. So it wasn't as polarised, even though people had strong opinions on it. But there's an unpleasantness and an intolerance now in public debate. But there's a nice way to present the truth. You can say difficult things with nice words. So even learning what are the arguments, read our resources on the website, sign up or ask us for all the material. We've got all the educational material you need on every there's no argument SPUC hasn't heard. Some of our opponents will say, "Oh, you don't allow people to make up their own mind." We examine every argument there is. People hear every argument. The default position, get rid of a baby, you're too young, or it's a difficult circumstance, that the baby's not going to have a good quality of life. We've heard all of those arguments and we explore all of them. And we can't ever impose our views. It's not, human beings can't have the views. They can be introduced to the truth and given the opportunity to reflect on that. So a simple way is just to know the arguments, keep up to date. We have a brilliant daily news service on SPUC that you can sign up to and just look at that. That's a very easy way. Set up a branch in your parish church. It doesn't need to be in a church. It can be in your home.
Fantastic.
Train up as a speaker. Get involved in their White Flower campaign. There's so many easy ways that you can do it at the level you feel comfortable. I think that's the
key. Mary Conley writes, "Thank you very much." That's a nice comment, Mary, there coming in. As John was saying, we at Sancta and indeed at SPUC as well are open to, we're not imposing our view on anyone here, we're simply sharing our view. One of the reasons for doing the telethon is that very often when we're promoting pro-life content on our Facebooks, and we have the statistics, we can promote a very anodyne Catholic post, a nice prayer of Jesus or good night guardian angel, and it gets thousands of hits. But you post a pro-life post, you get 10 hits. So something is going on behind the scenes with the algorithms. Whether there's shadow banning going on, I don't know. But one of the reasons we're doing this weekend is to try and push out there the view, the ideas, the arguments, so that you can be informed. Not so we're telling you what to think, but you can be informed. Just finally, John, we'll get 5 minutes there. A nice comment from Daniel saying, excellent information. We are a Catholic organisation, Sancta Familia, and one of the things we promote is linking churches with organisations, linking churches together. One of the priests I'm friends with, I won't mention who he is, but he was talking about our pro-life work, and he said, I would be too scared to do anything with that, to get involved with those feminists. Do you think the clergy are getting a bit more scared of backlash for pro-life stuff? Could they do more? Or do you think it's just a simple matter of putting information out that here we are, we're SPUC, we can come to your parish and do an appeal, people in your parish can get involved with us, and vice versa?
It must be difficult being a priest, against the tide now, and it's very easy to fall into the narrative, and there has been this vilification. So I can imagine if you're a priest, you're doing that. Well, if I talk about this, I'm going to hurt people's feelings, or I'm going to show I'm against women. So I think they need to be informed, and they need to find that there's others around them. So one of the things we want to do is provide them with support, provide them with information. But what I typically would say to a priest is that there are women out there who are suffering, who have had abortions, or there are family members who are suffering because they know someone in the family who's had an abortion. And there is a path to healing that is available, and that's what we provide through Arch. If you don't talk about it, if you don't raise it, you're denying them that opportunity for healing. I remember just when I'd started with SPUC Scotland, and I was exploring this and speaking to women who'd had abortions, and one of them telling me about, she just felt she could not go into a church. She hated herself. Even when she had a shower, she would scrub herself to punish herself, and she thought she was so bad. And then when she got involved with our services and she got the counselling, the relief and the sense of joy she had. And when I met her, I met her with her husband and her daughter, obviously the sibling of the baby she'd lost. And the joy in that family was unbelievable. But when she contrasted that with the darkness of the time when she'd come through the abortion, and the circumstances. The other thing about working in the pro-life movement is you learn the circumstances, and they are desperate when people opt for abortion. And that's why we genuinely are not judging anyone on it, because the circumstances are terrible, so you can understand why people have abortions. But what we say is there's always a better option, and if you get involved with us, we can show you that option is, and it's better to find out the better option before than learn about it afterwards. So we're doing a legal case just now with a young woman, and when I met with her and learned the circumstances of what she'd gone through, it just was traumatising. And at that time, then I thought, we need to find justice for you, but also to make sure that other young women don't go through what you went through. So we want to try and show them that there's a solution before. And that young woman said to me, she goes, if I'd only known that people like you existed before I went through with that abortion, I didn't want it, but I just didn't know you existed. And she now knows, and she doesn't want other women to go through what she went through. So that's an important part of our work.
Well, John, that's been a really, really insightful talk. I feel the 45 minutes have flown in.
Yeah, I thought it was 5 minutes.
Hopefully all the guests will be the same today like that, because I've got quite a number of guests coming up. John mentioned there are some sad cases of women who have suffered abortion. Today we're going to be hearing from some of those and their stories, and as well as those who are helping them. It's been a pleasure, John, having you in.
No, thanks, John, for all you're doing.
This weekend's been good fun having you here, and good to see the studio for the first time. And see
you've got an outstanding setup here. It's first class. I mean, if Sky had a studio like this in all your other rooms that you can use, that I'm sure they'd be proud of it. So you're doing a very good job.
Much. And of course, a shout out to Brian back behind the scenes as well, and Thomas, who's doing the runnings today. Unlike Sky, they've got 50 individuals or more with a multi-million-pound budget. We don't have any budget. So thank you for tuning in today, and let's see what's coming up next on Sancta's Showcase for Life.
The Alma Mater Fund is really important because it gives women tangible financial help while at the same time progressing and pursuing their academic studies.
When I was pregnant at first, it was the biggest shock in my life. I was not expecting it.
Pregnant and parenting university students are vulnerable to a great number of things while at university. Many of them feel as though they have to choose between finishing their degree and having their child. According to the NUS, 11% of student parents report having enough money to cover their expenses, and 60% of student parents have considered dropping out at some time during university, and that number goes up to 65% when you consider single parents.
The Alma Mater's Fund was so helpful in helping me get things that I wouldn't have been able to afford, like cots and prams and all the little things as well. You don't realise how much money it actually costs to have a baby, but it really helped me out, yeah.
And so there's clearly a need there to support pregnant and parenting university students. And often universities are hostile environments to having children. Children and parenthood is not something welcome on campus. And so in response to that need, SPUC Scotland established the Alma Mater Fund to help alleviate some of the financial pressure, as well as to signpost to women the various places where they can get further support to continue their studies and have their children.
When students contact the Alma Mater Fund and I can speak to them directly, it's a very personal link, and I'm able to talk directly with individual students, get to know the women who may be helped practically by Alma Mater grants. Just chatting with them on the phone gives me a better insight and makes me more aware of the difference that the grant can make to their lives.
So to other students, I would tell them that you can do it, you can definitely get there with with a baby, there is support out there in the university and charities like the Alma Mater Fund. Yeah. Aha, yeah, you can have a baby, can't you?
Mama! The Alma Mater Fund is currently restricted to Scottish universities, but it's our hope to expand to universities across the UK, as well as to students in other types of scenarios, whether it be college or something similar. Now, of course, there are 10 times as many universities in England as there are in Scotland, so that's a huge task ahead of us, but we're really hopeful that we'll be able to extend this support and this helping hand to empower more women to both pursue their degrees and have their families.
You can actually get through it, and I love her to bits as well, yeah. It's just, you're guiding me through it, don't you? Yeah, I feel like she's like my motivation now to actually push on and get my degree and get a job out of it as well.
We'll now join Margaret in the studio to have a look at some of SPUC's campaign work.
Welcome back to the studio for Sancta's Showcase for Life. You've just been watching some of the fantastic work that SPUC do, and for some of you watching it might just be a new thing to learn that SPUC are involved in so many different things. So we're joined again in the studio by the dynamic Margaret Akers, who's back again for us today. So thank you for coming back in.
Of course.
We are delighted to be having this fantastic weekend promoting all the work for SPUC, and thank you to everyone who has donated so far for the various campaigns. We heard yesterday about Margaret talking about the Alma Mater Fund, so thank you for that and the feedback on that. But today, Margaret, we're talking about the general stuff you do as project managers, campaign managers?
Yeah, so I'm on the legal and lobbying team with SPUC.
Okay, so there's a variety of things that take place in the background that SPUC use the resources and donations to work towards. Maybe you could tell about some of the key ones just now that are quite at the forefront of discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know we're focusing on lots of aspects of SPUC's work this weekend, but SPUC was primarily founded as a campaigning organization in 1966, ahead of the 1967 Abortion Act, in order to counter the earliest pro-abortion legislation in this country. And we continue that work, and our lobbying work and our political work is fundamentally important. What sets SPUC apart as a political campaigning group is that we rely on our members. So instead of schmoozing directly with politicians, although there's always a place for that, one of the things that we try and do is we try and motivate our members who are constituents in all of the constituencies across the UK and get them to say their piece to their MPs, to their MSPs, wherever they are. Because we realize how much influence people have within the decisions that get made. And so we rely on our members to take those actions, and we try and to do our best to educate and inform our members to do so. So there's a few campaigns at the moment, if people are looking to get involved in this way, to be involved a bit more politically and to make your opinion known. So one of the things at the moment is the issue of buffer zones. So we all know that buffer zones have come into place, although they're not in practice yet, but the legislation is in place in England and even in Northern Ireland. So this is an exclusion zone around a facility that performs abortions where people will not be permitted to pray, will not be permitted to offer help to women in need, and will will not be permitted to be present to women at the point of attending an abortion clinic. So that's already in place in some parts of the country, but it's not yet in place here in Scotland. Although the legislation or the bill has been published with the aim of it being voted on fairly soon. So that is Gillian Mackay MP who brought forward this piece of legislation, which could see people who breach it facing a fine of up to £10,000 in the first instance. So this is a really significant piece of legislation that would make all pro-life vigils criminal acts. And so we cannot allow for that to happen. What anybody watching can do right now, there's a consultation running until the 20th of December, I believe, on the issue of buffer zones and on this piece of legislation. So we've written a guide, which you can find on the SPUC website, or if you're on our mailing list. We've written a guide to help you fill out that consultation and make your opinion known. So please, anybody watching who has a bit of time to commit to this, it should not take you long. If you could take the time to fill that out, and fill that out with your own personal stories as well, and let our legislators know that buffer zones are a drastic overstep and a breach of rights as well, and should not be put into place. So that's one action that people can take if they're watching today, and I would very much encourage people to do so. So that's one aspect of our work currently. For listeners in the rest of the country, viewers in the rest of the country, as well as those in Scotland, another campaign we're working on right now is against this pills by post policy. So during COVID-19, during the pandemic, in that March, it was brought in as an emergency measure that instead of having to attend a clinic or a center that provides abortion in order to get pills for a medical abortion, women could phone up, have a conversation with a doctor over the phone, and then be sent those pills in the post to self-administer at home. Now, it was meant to be a temporary measure, but in 2022, it was voted to make that permanent policy. Now, there are many failures with this process. It puts women at significant risk. It has led to law breaking. If you saw the case of Carla Foster, she received the pills in the post to have a medical abortion. She had lied over the phone about the gestation that she was at, and she took the abortion pills when she was between 32 and 34 weeks pregnant. So 8 months pregnant, and she had an abortion at home, which is illegal according to the law in this country. It is illegal to have an abortion past 24 weeks, but also would have been deeply physically and emotionally traumatic for her as well. And the current policy had facilitated that happening because there are no checks in place over the phone. Doctors and clinicians are expected to take women at their word in terms of their gestation. And so it's introduced so much risk into this process. And we've seen from ambulance data, among other things, that this has really put women at risk and is a real problem. And so if you want to find out more about this policy and what we're doing to fight back against it, we have a briefing as well, which you can get through the SPUC website. And we've also got a campaign running of postcards that you can fill out, and we'd ask you to share with friends and family to let the health secretary know that the right thing to do is seriously investigate this policy and roll it back because it's put women at such risk. So we have postcards where you can write in which country you're writing from and all of your information to let the health secretary in Westminster, as well as in the Welsh Assembly and in Holyrood, that you think that this policy is wrong. Now, the thing with pills by post and with any policy is once something's in place, it can be really hard to roll back. So we really need to put the pressure on to bring attention to this issue and highlight what a problem it has really been.
I mean, the link with both buffer zones and pills by post is that it's directly leading women, vulnerable women, into the arms of potential abusers, those who are coerced. That was the big theme from SPUC last year, SPUC, on abortion and coercion. Do you think, for example, that we should have much more emphasis and realisation in the media about the negative effects of taking these away and having pills by post there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as you say, we're taking away lifeline after lifeline from women who are otherwise vulnerable. So with buffer zones, you know, often a pro-life vigil is the last opportunity a woman has to be shown that there's another choice, that there is an alternative to abortion. Because in my work with women who've had abortions, so often what you hear them say is, I felt like I had no choice. I had no other choice. And that can be because of external circumstances, financial pressures, those sorts of things. But it's often because of pressures being directly asserted on her by those in her life. Partners, family members, whoever else, who are putting real pressure on her to have an abortion that she might not want. There was a BBC poll that came out last year that found that 15% of women who were surveyed, 15% of British women had experienced pressure to have an abortion that they did not want. That's not 15% of women who had had abortions, that's 15% of all women, right? That's a significant number. That's a huge number of women who felt pressured to have abortions that they did not want. And what we're doing is we're taking away safeguard after safeguard that protects women like that. Again, the buffer zones take away her opportunity to be shown an alternative. And with pills by post, I mean, it's egregious. Her abuser can be present and in control of every stage of that process. I mean, if you imagine it's her partner, he could be sitting across the table from her while she's on the phone call. He can be standing at the door when it gets posted through the letterbox, and he can be in control of when she takes them. I mean, there was there's a horrible story out of England around the pills by post policy where a man was in a long-term relationship, and his partner, his girlfriend, became pregnant, but at the same time he was having an affair. And he was not happy that his girlfriend was pregnant. And he had offered some of his female friends money to try and get abortion pills. But ultimately, the woman who he was having an affair with did it for free. She called up her doctor, said that she in fact was pregnant and wanted to have an abortion, got sent the abortion pills in the post. And the intention was always that he would drug his pregnant partner with these, presumably without her consent or knowledge. Thank God the pregnant woman, discovered the pills hidden under her bed, which revealed the whole plan. And she never took them, and she gave birth to a healthy baby. Thank God that was found out. But you can see how this system can be so easily abused because there's no confirmation. I mean, there was a mystery client exercise where 26 different women phoned up requesting pills. They gave false identities. These identities had no NHS number. They gave false pretenses, made it seem like somebody was getting pressured into having an abortion, made it seem like a mother was requesting them for her daughter, all sorts of situations that are against the guidance, and yet all 26 were sent pills in the post. So the policy is really rife for abuse. And as I say, we're just breaking down all the safeguards that are in place for vulnerable women when it comes to abortion. And it's a real problem that seriously needs to be addressed.
I mean, those people who are watching are maybe on the fence with regards to pro-life issues and think, well, let's think prior to 1967 where women were up back alleyways with coat hangers to do that. Well, gone full circle, essentially. You're having deregulated, unregulated abortions in people's homes without doctors. And these are just one of the examples of the thing that SPUC is fighting legally with politics and the courts, raising awareness that you may not be aware of. So your donations today for Sancta's Showcase for Life go directly to SPUC to help these campaigns that Margaret's mentioned, pills by post, buffer zones, against coercion. And thank you for the donations we've given already, but these really, really do help. And thank you, Margaret, for coming in again and giving us a brief update about the campaigns for SPUC. Thank God someone is doing it. And of course, you might always think that's someone else's job. It's great someone's fighting the case. I might be pro-life, I might be against abortion, but I'm not going to get involved. You don't have to be involved, but you can donate and support the work financially as well. So please do that today. And that's the reason for Sancta's Showcase for Life. So thank you, Margaret.
Thank you very much.
Have a good weekend. A goose weekend? Have a good weekend.
That people have gathered and people of like mind who've encouraged one another, and I think, given each one of us a new strength, a new courage in fighting for life, in continuing to battle for the sanctity of life.
It's so good to just meet other like-minded people and just to be reminded of the message again, really, that every mother really probably wants to keep their baby, but it's just finding that person who will support them.
This has kind of been like a bit of a renewal. Yeah. Yeah. It's been absolutely beautiful. We've been every day and can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, it was more the knowing that you're not 100% alone in your opinions when we live in a society that is, abortion is somewhat seen as normal in healthcare, and sometimes you do feel like a leper to be speaking up against it.
You never hear anything about abortion.
Yeah.
You know, it's not mentioned. It's like you can taste the silence. You know, it's so strong.
Yeah,
it's so sad. But this is really uplifting. This is what we need. We need a kick.
Amazing. We've had a great week.
And if I could tell anybody, or all the children, to me are children, who are going through a pregnancy and have any doubt at all, pray to God. Pray to God and He'll come through. And no matter how you think that you can't manage, you don't know how you're going to live from day to day, pray to God.
I hid the pregnancy from my family. Didn't know I was pregnant really, I was so naive. And when I went to the doctors, my mother wanted abortion. And the doctor went, it's too late, because I was 6 months pregnant then. Now in those days you were sent away. It was all not talked about, it was all hush-hush, it was all heartbreaking. So I was sent away as a very young girl, up the road to Newcastle, and I had to have the baby, and the baby was adopted. But there's a wonderful story to this. I wasn't a Catholic then, I was born and bred one, but I didn't practice. But through the marriage that I went through, I went on to have 4 more children, and then 2 years ago I was dreadfully ill, to dying. So my youngest daughter decided to try and find the child that was missing. So 54 years on, after being very ill, I found the baby that I'd given away all them years ago. So there's a wonderful end to this. So for anyone who's listening, please, just go ahead with that pregnancy. Because that baby mightn't be for you, it might be a gift to another married couple, and that might be what Jesus wants you to do. But just go ahead, give that baby a chance of life, because he deserves it.
Wonderful counterbalance to the usual stuff that we hear through the media. So the honesty and again the courage of the speakers has been wonderful, and again just done so much for us, I think.
So welcome to today's episode of Pulse. Today we're in Glasgow, where the most famous saying is that people make Glasgow. But the question today is, are there too many people in Glasgow or in the world? Let's ask the people and find out. Is the world overpopulated? Because we have that lovely saying that people make Glasgow. But are there too many people in Glasgow, or are there too many people in the world? What do you think?
Don't know, mate. I mean, there's always tons of getting about here. Too many people in the world.
Oh, really? Okay, so right,
That's
so
me, right? 7.2 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
Could be 7.8, right?
Yeah.
In Glasgow or Scotland, there's only about 8 million or something.
But are there too many people in Glasgow, or are there too many people in the world? What do you think?
Too many people in Glasgow?
Yeah, or in the world? Is Glasgow or
I think there's room for everybody.
Oh, I like that. Or is there too many people in the world? What do you think?
Hard question.
Is the world overpopulated? What do you think? Yes or no? Or is Glasgow overpopulated?
I live in Greenock, so I'm not.
Is Greenock overpopulated?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I could be a yes or a no.
You ask this gentleman what the population of the world.
Yes.
Now is 7.23 million.
Yeah.
Billion.
Billion. Yeah, I know.
In population of the world.
Yeah.
Now is over 7.
Yes.
But according to science in here, it's likely the population will go down eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing I can see the producing more children in a country like Pakistan or even Bangladesh,
Yes.
India,
Yes.
not China.
Yeah.
But so, like African, you can see the Middle East. Some have 14, 15, 20 children.
Yes. You think the world is overpopulated?
No.
What did you say it again?
Too many people in the world.
Okay. But how many billion people are in Africa, do you think? What do you think? Oh, well, I show you something that might change your mind here. Let's see. I'll show you this. Watch. See here, like.
Why is it pink?
Oh yeah, because pink, man, pink is a great color. Yeah, pink's a great color. So look, this guy K. Krause did a study. So it says here, right? So USA can fit into Africa. So there's 325 million people in America. Eastern Europe, 293 million people. Western Europe, 250 million people. China, 1.4 billion. And India can fit in there as well, 1.3 billion. And Japan, 126 million. So you add up all those people, that's 3.694 billion.
I was going to do the math myself.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I saved you the hassle because now you get your lunch as well. But how many people do you think are in Africa? So if that many can fit there, what do you think? How many people? So this guy K. Krause did a study, and he says, look, so you can fit the exact size of Africa. You can fit America, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, China, India, Japan, can all fit in that same space. But that adds up to 3.694 billion people. But now, how many people do you think are in Africa? In reality?
Nobody know that much. They've got a lot of space, but there's not a lot of people there.
You're right. There's only 1 billion people in Africa. If you look at this, right, so there's 7 billion people in the world. So divide that by 4, so we have like a family of 4. There's 1.75 billion families of 4. So we could put that in Texas, there's 7.488 trillion square feet in Texas, a big place.
Yeah.
But divide that by the families, and you get 4,279 square feet for each family. Plenty of room. You get a house and a garden. Here's a good one. You said, look, so you said 7.2 billion or 7.8 billion people in the world. So let's say there's 7 billion. So divide 7 billion by 4. Say we have a family of 4. So
1.5 billion.
There you go. Look, see there, 1.75 billion. So that's how many families there are of 4 in the world. So if you divide that, it's 7.488 trillion square feet in Texas. Look at that. See Texas? It's a big state, but you know it's only a state. But get this, guys. Look, so watch this. So if you divide all the square feet in Texas into how many families, you get 4,279 square feet per family. Now, I don't know how many square feet is in your house. You may have to ask your parents when you go home. But oh well, like I tell you, growing up, is there any country or any continent, or you know, in school you might have heard someone say, "Oh, there's so many people over there." Any country pop into your mind?
Not I can think of.
No. Africa, India, China.
Well,
any of those?
India does look a bit overpopulated. When you see them, they look a bit overpopulated with all the cars and stuff.
Yeah. And you know what? Here's an interesting one. So in India, there's a big issue with like a lot of girls they get rid of, they want to decrease population, so they're getting rid of a lot of girls. Girls are always first to go. But like it's terrible. But like there's 72 million people, more girls than more men than women in India and China. Now, can you imagine? So that's pretty much the size of the UK. Around 70 million people are in the UK. So can you imagine all of the UK, all men? Like it would be absolutely nuts. Imagine all Greenock, all men. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy. In Europe, we have Russia. They're paying loads of money to have babies. In Hungary, if you have 4 or more children, you pay 0 income tax. I don't know if you see that income tax coming off your wage every month, but I do. So, and also in Italy, if you have 3 or more children, they will give you free farmland because they want to have more babies.
They want to have
Yeah, they want to have more babies because they're
most of Africa.
well, see, that's the thing. And in Scotland, they're saying you're a bit low on the population. You need 500,000 immigrants like me. I'm from Ireland. I'm an immigrant to boost the population. You know, but that's an interesting number because that actually is the exact number of abortions that have happened in Scotland since 1967. There's been just over 500,000 abortions in Scotland. And again, this guy came up because he wasn't even thinking of that. The treasurer came up. There's 500,000 people missing. There's plenty of room.
There's not enough kids. There's no wains. There's no wains. You don't see them in the streets. They've all been aborted.
Yeah, I see all this stuff going on in Europe. Countries trying to repopulate, but then there's actually more people in Europe than there is per square kilometre in Africa. And I'm thinking, why is all this money being spent in Africa? You know. So, but it's just interesting, guys. And when I heard this first, it blew my mind. I was like, well, I need to do something about this. So everybody in the whole world can fit into Texas, which is only a small little part of the world.
That's nuts.
It's nuts, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
I wish I could take a picture of that.
And look, Texas is only a small corner of the world. Isn't it? Isn't it mad, isn't it? Isn't it mad? Like, I know Texas.
The World Cup overpopulated. I'm having a wee one as well, so I'm not going to see the World
fantastic! Oh, congratulations, congratulations!
I'm not going to see the world's overpopulated.
Yeah. When's your baby due?
Well, 7 months.
Fantastic. Well, look, I keep her in the prayers.
Trying to.
No bother. And it's only a small part of the world. It's not crazy.
There's just not enough space.
There is. Like, there's loads of space. But I say, next time you hear someone say the world's overpopulated, I think you'll have something to say to that.
I know, haven't they said it's
Yeah.
overpopulated?
Yeah.
There's just not enough space. It's not being used.
I know you have even more facts and figures to back that one up, you know. Right. Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for your time, sir.
No worries, mate.
Excellent. Give me an elbow. Right job.
And as long as we're not greedy and we share the resources properly, there's no problem.
And again, Texas is really only a small part of the world, you know. But
everyone to their own taste.
Isn't it? Everyone's their own taste. But is that would that make you think differently about the size of the world or overpopulation, or think is there enough room for everyone?
I think there's enough room.
Ah, there you go. Thanks so much.
Let's
squeeze them in. Thank you very much. God bless. So that concludes our first pilot episode of Pulse, and the people certainly do make Glasgow. We met some amazing folk here today. I think the general consensus among those people was there is plenty of room for everybody. This is Emmett. Thanks for watching.
So now we are going back to the studio again, and we're joining Tobias Bailey.
Welcome back to the studio. We're here today for more driving, more pushing, more discussing, all in aid of SPUC in the fight for life. We had wonderful conversations today, and we're going to be having more conversations going forward in the next few hours. We're joined today by the President of the Catholic Society of the University of Stirling, Tobias Bailey. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm also a member of the Society for the Protection of Unborn Children. Today is a fantastic opportunity to get these issues dealt with.
Brilliant. And did I get your title right for the society?
Yeah, yes you did. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So the reason you're in today, Tobias, is that you have had your difficulties, let's call it that,
yes, yeah.
issues with the University of Stirling for your pro-life beliefs. Can you tell us where that happened, what happened at the start?
So essentially last year there was a different committee. I wasn't as involved, but I was still a member of the Catholic Society at Stirling. What had happened essentially is we were asked by a fellow parishioner, would we like to promote and even attend these 40 Days for Life vigils, which are completely peaceful, completely legal, free of harassment and intimidation. Never been a case against somebody in Scotland for being arrested for these as of now. The issue was that previously, just in months before, the student union had passed this motion to campaign against these, campaign in favour of these buffer zones. And that's completely up to them. It's a democratic institution. We highly respect that. But included in this motion was for the union to actively oppose all anti-choice activity. So essentially, as soon as we were seeing this pro-life, it comes under the magisterium. It's completely in line with the teaching of the church, and we will not take the name Catholic and lie to people about our beliefs. We're also here to evangelise. So the wider crime being that we were found to be pro-life, and that didn't come down too well with the Students' Union.
Yeah, no, it's a remarkable story, and that's why we wanted you on the show. Of course, we're live, so you can ask Tobias any question you have. If you're a student yourself, you might be watching and you might be nervous about speaking about pro-life views. You might be someone who's interested in joining a pro-life society at Stirling University or another university. Tobias will help you out, so the questions will be there, so we'll look forward to those. Do you think there's a level of hostility that can be changed just now in the course of this current debate?
Well, firstly, the hostility level is proved because we were suspended the same morning as these complaints about us came in, which I thought was a little unfair, but we respected the process. We went forward with it. We were able to reach out to SPUC as well to help us, who had actually intervened and come in like lightning because of the way we were being treated, and it was quite hostile. Will it change? I think I'm not an optimist, but I'm also not I'd say I'm a realist on these issues. I think there always will be somebody to disagree with. That's a consequence of democracy, and people have to accept that. Regardless of your views, we all have to come forward and have a civil discussion. When it comes to student bodies, I think because of the rise of secularism and those sort of views on how religious people should be treated, I think secularism has been a big play in that, and it really, what it does is it tries to be secular, but there's always an agenda behind it. There always has been, whether it's rainbow politics or pro-life issues being destroyed on campus, or even the acceptance of more extreme ideologies which are more known as to the left on issues. And obviously the Catholic Church, neither left or right, we don't get involved with the political discourse because of it's man-made essentially, so it doesn't really mean anything to us because there's only one law and it's divine.
Exactly, that's correct. And one of the things that we rely on as Sancta Familia when we find things are tough in the secular world is our faith. We have a great dependency on it, and prayer life is very important for that. As someone who's faced significant opposition and also got significant attention in the media, unwanted or not, for your pro-life stance, how do you cope with that? What's your coping mechanism?
It was interesting at first because the first day I was laughing about it because 6 or 7 months before, when we were applying to become affiliated with the Students' Union, my first thought was we're going to be suspended for being pro-life. Oh, how I wish that wasn't true, but unfortunately it played out like that. Coping mechanism? Pray. It's simple as that, because I know if I truly believe that God is with us in these issues, I have to have that faith. The Rosary has been magnificent in my journey when it comes to defending these issues, because obviously Our Lady of Guadalupe as well, protectress of the unborn. But also, you've got to be mature about these things. It's very easy to get wound up and become prideful that, oh, okay, I beat the students' union. It's not about me and my personal views. It's also about humility, and we have to stay humble in these situations, because although we came out on top once, it wasn't us. It was a wide group of people. It was praying, and God obviously had a role in that. So I think it's very hard to not get wound up about these issues as well, because it can be emotional at the same time. But the best thing I can say is to stay strong and have faith.
Yeah, that's great advice from Tobias there. Pray the Rosary, pray for the unborn, pray for mothers who are suffering. One thing, Tobias has got his rosary beads in his pocket there, fantastic. You might be needing them when you're walking about Lanarkshire. So, but as I was saying, this show is for our Catholic audience, but also anyone who wants to tune in. We have an element today of prayer. We have the spiritual side of this, as well as the fun, the education and the testimony. So also the focus of today is this chance to donate to SPUC to help people like Tobias, because SPUC were one of the first to come and get help to Tobias, give him the strength there to take on a large, powerful organisation in the sense that the student body is compared to individual students. Do you think that censorship and deplatforming is still an issue at university today? Certainly when I was at university, giving my age away 10 years ago now, there was that start of this slide. How is it now?
So obviously over the last few years we've seen up and down the United Kingdom there's countless times somebody's either been suspended because they said something that's deemed to be controversial. There are real times when somebody does say something which is unacceptable, and obviously they have to face the consequences, because again it's a consequence of democracy and free speech that people can hold you to account. But when we are saying things that we know to be true, such as the biological humanity of an unborn child, or things like that, instantly we've seen time and time again that this is labelled as some kind of hate comment, when really we're trying to provide dignity to the unborn child, born and unborn. That's obviously, if you've listened to Pope Francis over the last few weeks, he denounced the war in the Middle East at the moment because it's an attack on the dignity of human life, and it brings sadness to us. There's this. There's also with this censorship and deplatforming that there's a lot of motives and narratives behind these issues as well. So it might be seen as what's the word? I'm just trying to think. It might be seen as like we're trying to force our faith on people. Yeah. Now what I can say is that if we were forcing our faith on people, there'd be a lot more people at Mass on Sundays. So I'll tell you that much. But yeah, so
you find that quite a lot of people say about you're indoctrinated, which is not the case. We don't do indoctrination at Sancta or the Catholic Church, as Tobias rightly pointed out. If we were doing it, we weren't doing it very well, because the churches would be full at the brim. Going to the questions, because we are open to questions. We've got a good one from William, who says, very well spoken, Tobias. In your view, how do we change hearts and minds for the better on university campuses? So you're faced with this horrible tide of hate, essentially. How do you change the hearts and minds?
Well, again, the first thing I always go to is prayer, because it's the most powerful weapon in these instances. When it comes to discussing these issues with people who strongly disagree with you or have been affected, like people who've had abortions previously, the most important thing to do is treat them with dignity, because we do not know what they're thinking, we do not know what experience they've had. And if we open them to these discussions with small truths, and just start at the bottom before you even seek to evangelize someone. You've got to start at fundamental truths, and I think to show care and respect, let people speak, respond to them respectfully as well, I think it's the most fruitful way of convincing somebody.
Yeah, we've got another comment from Louise, who runs the SPUC Youth Conference in February. I do apologise to Louise earlier. I think she put a question in and I think I might have missed it, but these things slip through the net sometimes. But she's asked Tobias, are you looking forward to joining the conference? Which is another way of coping with the sea of backlash and hate that you might receive for having pro-life views, and that's meeting up with other pro-lifers. And SPUC provide spaces for adults and youth to meet. So are you looking forward to that on the 23rd of February?
As far as I'm aware, I will be attending, so absolutely, because I've heard lots of good things about it. It's changed people's hearts and minds over the years, so very good.
Yeah, so just a wee shout out for the youth conference. We have covered those in the last 3 years. Fantastic, hopeful events with a wide range of people from various backgrounds, different faiths as well, and some with no faith, who are all united for the cause of life, and they're all decent, loving people, which is really, really good and heartwarming to see. Get back to the kind of questions for you. We've talked about yourself, Tobias, how you cope with it. Aside from prayer and meeting and this communal friendship, what other things can students do to make themselves be more protected from these different groups?
Well, I'd also say reach out to your community if you've got anybody you know who's involved in these things, or even just if you're a Catholic, you can go to the church and you can speak to your chaplain as well. I mean, at Stirling University we've got a fantastic chaplain who deals with pastoral care brilliantly. So I think speaking about these issues and at least starting conversations, and if you're feeling bad because of the way you've been treated, there's always somebody you can talk to via the church, and that is one of their promises. So.
Yeah, that's great. Of course, please reach out to us if you have had any experience, negative or positive or otherwise, and you need help. SPUC and other groups will be there for you. Happy to hear the comments. We are live, so if there's still any questions for Tobias, you can do so, you can ask them. Louise has said, I've redeemed myself for mentioning the last question, but if anyone else other than Louise has a question, then feel free to ask us that. I just think the whole concept, Tobias, of a university crushing debate is totally fundamentally against the crucible of ideas that is a university.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, it makes...
Over the years, last few weeks I've heard people say I really respected Stirling University, but to hear that come out of such a notable institution was quite saddening for them. And not because it's the university themselves. I mean, I'd say it's pretty well balanced when it comes to class and discussion and stuff like that. But the student body, of course, there's an agenda behind it. I'd just like to go back to the motion I was talking about with this opposition of anti-choice activity. Me partaking in this interview will probably lead to something negative because of this is a pro-life interview. So that's another chilling thing, is that I've made the time to come here today, and I know I'll face some criticism, but because of prayer before and coping mechanisms, I think it is. It's going to be a tough battle, but we'll get through it together.
Well, listen, we're grateful you did make the choice to come here today, and we really sincerely hope that your appearance on Sancta's Showcase for Life doesn't negatively affect you in Stirling University or anywhere else. What is the situation in Stirling University just now? How do you feel with their treatment of you after the case and currently?
So I actually highly respected the situation we found ourselves in with the process, because we were just asked to come in, have a meeting with people who were higher up than the student union, and they eventually allowed us. It did take some pushing to have a pro-life officer from the Archdiocese come in with us, just to help us understand what some questions might mean and how we can best answer them for the fruitful manner. Because as soon as we walked into that meeting, the first thing we were told is, like, I'd like to just make sure everybody knows the outcome today needs to be a good one, and we're not going to force you to do anything either. So it was quite good. Regarding another thing that came out of that was we were also told we were allowed to disagree as much as we want. So I was happy with that outcome as well. We got the safeguards behind us, obviously, with the church to be able to speak freely and truthfully on these matters. What happened afterwards was there was they call it a community zone meeting. Obviously it happens monthly, I believe, at the Students' Union at Stirling. But societies meet up, and it's just about the general management of the clubs and societies, about funding opportunities and things like that. But for the first half an hour, it was absolutely diabolical. It was, the Catholic Society have done this, this and this, and it's an embarrassment, it's a shame, they should be suspended, I'm not happy, I was hearing from the leaders. There were some comments aimed at us saying that, well, because the Catholic Society wasn't suspended, that they've lost faith in the Students' Union. And I was like, well, if we're going to lecture people about diversity and inclusion and things like that, you cannot stand by those words truthfully and then suspend somebody because they disagree with you.
It's absolutely diabolical, and I think it raises questions. It's a very chilling situation. It raises questions about other groups on campuses.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if other faiths have their own groups. Is there an Islamic group? Is there a Jewish group? Is there something?
Yeah, it's very well represented. Obviously, I'm involved with the Catholic Society. But
if you replace the word Catholic in that statement from the Student Union body with any other group.
Yeah, I was going to get to this. What I was saying was, if it was any other group that had been suspended by, say, somebody who wasn't from the Student Union, it would be all over the front pages.
Oh yeah,
it would be treated differently. I will say this, and this might be a rash judgment, but the move was anti-Catholic, and it's not helping with this. Obviously, we've had issues with sectarianism in Scotland for years. Obviously, it was traditionally Protestants and Catholics, but now we're seeing secularists against Christians, and we were not willing to stand by the name Christian and not speak out about these grave moral issues as well.
No, it's very important you do, Tobias. I think the climate in society is getting almost very dangerous for Catholics in some way to speak out. There's fear there in the Catholic community. I can sense it from my work in Sancta Familia. People are a bit more afraid of doing things, particularly the hot topic issues as well, talking about those things. Some priests are, as I mentioned in earlier debates and discussions, are scared to even mention things. But you need to be at the forefront. The Catholic student groups, the Catholic societies need to be at the forefront of leading the charge to stand up for yourselves. No one else will.
Yeah, especially for the next generation, because we've got years to come. Obviously, in the next few months, there's debate in Parliament about these buffer zones, the draconian law that essentially legislates against the freedom of thought, even for standing in the street silently, which I think very chilling future. I don't care which political party it comes from, it's wrong either way. Obviously, with student societies, years ago at Glasgow University, there was a huge case. We know the history of persecution of Catholics on campus. And again, I think it was recently at Edinburgh University, some pro-abortionists turned up at a pro-life talk and physically blocked it happening within the same room. So if they protested outside, that's absolutely fine.
No, yeah, I remember that video quite clearly. It was a talk from SPUC's Margaret Akers, who we've had on the show today. Margaret was talking about coercion, ironically. Her talk was, if anyone's seen it, they'll be able to access that talk on the SPUC website. When it was allowed to take place, it was sadly stopped, as Tobias mentioned, there at the University of Edinburgh, by students interrupting that talk. It was a very important issue she raised about coercion for young women. It's an issue that's faced by young women, where abusive partners, boyfriends, husbands force them into things they don't want to do, and abortions as well. So that's an important thing for students to know as well. Are you aware of the Alma Mater Fund as well, having a presence in campuses?
Yes, I am. I have a family member who recently raised money for it as well, so it was very nice to hear. So recently, actually, at Stirling University, I believe the Alma Mater Fund just a few weeks ago came with a campus outreach team. I saw it in social media. I wish I could have been there. But if anybody wants to reach out for a pro-life link at University of Stirling, I'm here. So please do get in touch. But I think the greatest thing about that fund and the help it gives is that it proves that you can be a mother and you can have your career at the same time. It's completely possible. And I think we need to get rid of the stigma that surrounds that, because obviously you've got a lot of this feminist view that it's all about empowerment and superiority and things like that. Whereas if you look at the average mother across the country, they cherish the fact that they have children, they love their families. And I think strong femininity lies within the family. And it has to be matched by proper strong men as well. My generation of men seem to support abortion because it's convenient for them. Once they've made decisions to enter sexual relationships and they don't want to deal with the problems that they've caused consentedly as well, it's deeply saddening that that's the first thing they think of, is just have the abortion. That's absolutely terrible.
Make a very salient point there for all the men out there who are listening who may not be pro-life. Think about the fact that this is not just an issue for women. Very often, Tobias, we'll hear in debates that if the argument's going well for the pro-life side, it's you're a man, you can't speak.
Yeah, usually what happens there is, like you've just said, there'll be some sort of abusive term thrown at us, but what I'd say is every time I've spoken on these issues, it's always been the pro-life woman who've said, carry on. And I'd say the vast majority of pro-life people I've met are women, and they're very strong women, and they've told me to carry on, even when I've been feeling horrible about the situation I was in. So thank you to them as well for helping.
No, I think it's a sad indictment of our society today that people just wash their hands, throwaway culture of any responsibility for anything. And if we're going to see real change in Scotland and beyond in this world, we need to have strong men, strong Catholic men as well, standing up and defending the faith. You're doing a good job of doing that at Stirling University with the Catholic Society. And we are delighted that you've come in today to talk about it. We've only got a few minutes left, so if you've got any more questions for Tobias, please fire them on. I'm sure Tobias will be online at some point to answer them if there's any later questions coming in. William has put a link onto the SPUC Youth Conference if you wish to sign up. We hope to see Tobias there. Who knows, maybe he might even give a wee testimony. I don't know yet, that's me jumping the gun, not my decision. But he'll be there hopefully, and we can have or you can have a better chat with Tobias about these issues. So we're hoping, Tobias, that by coming here today, you've given people courage, you've given students courage. We'll post this video again later on at some point so you can watch it. And so other students can watch it. By all means, share it with students. Are you positive about the future for your group in Stirling? What's your thoughts just now?
Well, I'd say yes, we're a growing community. Obviously, we've recently had some conversions to Catholicism in our group, and it's been very, very heartwarming that people have opened up their hearts to RCIA as well.
Wow, that's brilliant.
I'd just like to say, from like the pro-life perspective at Stirling University, I will never apologise for speaking up for the defenceless and the voiceless. I double down on everything I've said that's pro-life, and I believe if you disagree with me, you should be free from coercion as well when you have your own opinion, because we must be respectful.
No, that's a very, very good way to end, and we wish you all the best with your campaigns. We'll be praying for you here at Sancta.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll be praying for you here today at the adoration in the Holy Hour. So we are going to be moving on to other broadcasting programmes. We're here all day, remember, so we're live from 10 till 12. We thank Tobias for coming into the studio. It's been a pleasure.
My pleasure.
It's been really good. Come back again at any time. And we're going to have a look at the youth conference, which is coming up, and hopefully one of the ones which Tobias will be there, so that'll be playing soon, and we'll see you for the next interview shortly.
Hello and welcome everyone. It's great to be back. Well, I enjoyed the talks. The talks are really good. And also friends here that you don't get to see.
It's been absolutely incredible. I've met some amazing people. We've heard some great speakers, very smart people with lots of great stories to share. And it's been a very hopeful weekend for the pro-life community. And I think we've all taken away some very positive messages to go back to universities, go back to work, and start spreading the pro-life message again.
It's great to see everyone again. I was here last year, so everyone's always super friendly. Nice to see some new faces as well, make new friends.
The atmosphere is unreal. Like, I came here like 3 years ago for the first time, and I knew nobody, and like everyone now, like even they're so friendly. Like, I've made the greatest friends from here, and it's honestly so good. No, it is. It's really good atmosphere.
Well, it's my first time to SPUC Youth Conference, and it's been very welcoming. The talks have been very inspirational. I think it's been good.
It's been an absolutely fantastic conference so far. The people have come from all over, even as far as Spain this year, which is fantastic.
Fantastic weekend. We had such a variety of speakers I enjoyed, such as Josh and Margaret, who spoke on the reality of course abortion. So over 170 young people were equipped by SPUC here.
I always enjoy being here and having the community, because you can always feel so alone when you're back in your normal life and you just come here and you remember there's so many people that your age.
I was actually here last year and it's been amazing. I thought it was going to be like, oh, same thing as last year, but no, it's been completely different, and I would definitely recommend to every single person to come for it next year. I won't be missing next year, so I will definitely be here.
The theme of this year's conference is essentially coerced abortion is abuse, so it's highlighting to the young people the reality of coerced abortion.
The speakers that we have just been absolutely fantastic. We wanted to focus a little bit on coercion this year, and how important that is to bring up and highlight. So we have had some fantastic speakers on that topic. We also had Josh Graham over from the Equal Rights Institute in the States, so we've been wanting to bring him over for a while now.
Highlight of the conference, definitely Josh Graham. Internationally renowned pro-life speaker, and he was giving us lots of advice about how to kind of pick apart our own arguments, kind of take them back to the principles of them.
I've really enjoyed the talks. They've all been really informative, really exciting, but also just building up pro-life community. I think it's so important, especially at the minute. It feels very especially in Edinburgh, we've had a lot of opposition over the past year, and so meeting up with other pro-life people and seeing the bigger picture has been really, really uplifting.
We just had our King and Queen and TikTok champions of 2023 at the SPUC Youth Conference, and these guys got the most views, got the most likes, and it's good. They didn't know each other before this weekend, and here they are now sharing the spoils of their good work.
It's always a great opportunity to get young people together to learn and to get to know each other and to create that sense of pro-life community.
Just really inspiring to meet so many young people of a similar mindset and ready to change other people's minds.
It's wonderful to be at the 2023 Youth Conference and to have so many enthusiastic young people listening to such inspirational speakers. They really are being educated, they're being empowered, and I really believe that they will go out and change our society to make it a pro-life one. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and SPUC is really pleased with how this event is going.
Thanks for that insightful interview, Tobias. Now moving on back into the studio with Peter Kearney, the head of the Catholic Media Office.
So we thank Tobias for joining us in studio there just now, talking about his difficulties on campus and his very inspiring resistance to the anti-life agendas among student bodies. On a wider note, we are joined by the head of the Scottish Catholic Media Office, Peter Kearney, who for many years now has worked alongside the bishops and in Catholic media to discuss these issues of life. And quite frankly, Peter has seen a lot of change in that time, and we're going to chat to Peter today about the change. So Peter, thank you for coming in. My mind goes back to 10, maybe 15 years ago now, when the situation was markedly different for this debate. Just to let people know, we are doing a wee project with yourself about backing up VHS tapes. And one of the things we saw is that in the mid-90s, we're watching discussion programmes about life topics such as abortion, euthanasia, etc. The tone is so respectful on both sides, and there was a free chair to express those views, whereas now it feels like the conversation's been shut down. So what have you noticed in the last?
I think that's true on life issues, on the particular issue of abortion, the debate, the discussion on abortion, as it is across many issues. And I think what's happened is the cancel culture, which has become unbelievably intolerant, has seeped into almost every aspect of public debate. If you think back to 2010, 13 years ago, we had the visit, September 16th, 2010, of Pope Benedict XVI. And one of his themes was what he called the tyranny of tolerance. It was where people don't truly respect tolerance, but what they do is they try to impose a false tolerance by deciding who can and can't say certain things and what you can and can't say. And there's absolutely no question that over that period, and he predicted this, the boundaries of debate have shrunk quite dramatically, almost to the point now where some people are simply not allowed to say certain things. We've seen it maybe at its most vociferous in the debate over gender and the transgender question, where it is a combination of things. It's intimidation, sometimes it is even violence, if only verbal violence, but it's also a very chilling climate. The effect is for people to feel, I can't talk about this, I won't say anything. And I do worry that to a degree that has happened in the life debate as well, where people are now scared to question the existence of abortion or the legislation that governs the provision of abortion. And we potentially have an accident there with the possibility in Scotland for the first time ever of a piece of legislation that would criminalise objections to abortion.
That is absolutely one of the things we want to talk about, and we have been talking about this weekend with various people, this idea of buffer zones. Now, the majority of our viewership are Catholic, and majority of them, I would hope, are pro-life. Some aren't. Some Catholics who maybe are against abortion are for buffer zones, in the sense that this idea that women who are accessing medical treatment, as they would call it, medical treatment or other things, are being harassed outside hospitals. Now, for the record, I've covered in my work as at Sancta some of these vigils, and there's been absolutely no evidence whatsoever of what's been alleged. What's your view on that?
That's actually a matter of fact. There is no evidence of anyone being prevented or even curtailed when it comes to approaching a hospital when abortion is being carried out. Interestingly, there's a consultation running at the moment on this private members bill. It's come from an MSP called Gillian Mackay. She's a Green MSP, and she's put forward a buffer zone bill where certain things would become illegal, they become criminal within a zone. The zone would be a 200-metre wide zone around premises that provide an abortion. Consultations are open to anyone. Anyone can respond to them, anyone can reply to them. What is interesting is Police Scotland did not respond to this consultation. Now that would tend to suggest that insofar as the police are concerned, there is not a public order problem that has to be solved. And so the question really for the people in favour of this is, what exactly is it you're trying to stop? It's also worth noting, no one has been arrested outside an abortion facility in Scotland for assault, for breach of the peace, for intimidation. Before you begin to tackle a problem, normally in politics, the first thing we ask is, can we define the problem? What is it that we're trying to tackle? And as you have just said, there isn't. I would make the point, we sometimes talk about taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I think what this bill would do is it would bring an enormous sledgehammer to crack an invisible nut.
I mean, one of the things I always say is that in this age of instant media, mobile phones, you can take out your phone if you're feeling aggressed by someone and film them and say, stand back, I'm filming this. There is no videos of any so-called protester or whatever you want to call them. We call them, you know, they're praying. It's a vigil. There's no evidence whatsoever of anyone being harassed. So it's almost as if it's make-believe, because I find it hard to believe there would not be footage if it was alleged.
Well, of course there would be. But we also need to, in a sense, ask another question. Even if there was some footage of people being loud and, noisy and vociferous in the protests, we do need to ask if that existed, which, as you rightly say, it doesn't. Should that be grounds for saying these people can't express their opinions? Because what we need to do is take a step back and say, we're protected. We live in a democracy and we're protected by certain fundamental rights. And if we look to the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, upon which so much of our law is based here when it comes to the protection of human rights, Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was accepted and proclaimed by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1948. In Article 18 it says, we all have the right to freedom of expression. We have the right to express ourselves, to express our views, and to disseminate them, and to hear the views of other people. It doesn't say you have to agree with them, and it doesn't say you have to like them if you hear someone else expressing a view, but we're all allowed to express them. There's been a big debate recently over protest marches and demonstrations round about the situation in Gaza and the fact that it overlapped with the weekend of the Remembrance Sunday. And the point that the police made there was that we don't have the authority or the power just to stop people expressing themselves. Now, many people agreed with what was being said, many people disagreed with what was being said, but we do need to step back from that and say, leave the two sides for a moment and just answer this question. Should people be allowed to express their views in public? Should they be allowed to do that? And I hope most people would say, yes, they should.
I mean, what's the fallout from that? I mean, I'm looking at it, it's not currently law in Scotland yet. There has been some sporadic places in England where it's become law, buffer zones. And I think of the case of Isabel von Spruce, who was arrested for standing. And the police asked her, what are you thinking about? And she said, I may or may not be thinking about abortion. She was arrested for being there. Could that potentially happen here?
Absolutely. Now, let's be absolutely clear about this. This is not... Some people listening to this might think that can't happen. Surely not. You couldn't stop someone. The police couldn't arrest someone because of what they were thinking in the silence of their own head. Yes, they could, to be completely clear. The Gillian Mackay proposal in the guidance notes says that there are certain things which would be illegal within this 200-mile zone, which, by the way, might include your own home, if you happen to live 200 metres away from a facility. Things that people might expect, such as shouting or protesting. But as you go down the list, it also says praying audibly and silently. So we would be in what I would describe as an almost through the looking glass surreal world, where the police would be asking people, what are you thinking? If your thoughts are acceptable to the law, you can keep thinking them. If they're not acceptable, we'll arrest you. So what we will have done, if this was to be passed, for the first time in our history, we would have created a thought crime. And I would say to people, this is much, much more of a worry and much, much more of a possibility than you might think. I'll give you an example. Last year, there was a case in the UK Supreme Court where the Northern Ireland Assembly was being judged by the Supreme Court justices as to whether or not it had the legislative competence to pass something similar. And the question was being asked, are they able to do this? The Scottish Government took a particular interest in that case because it related to the legislative competence of a devolved body. And they sent Dorothy Bain, the senior law officer in Scotland, the Lord Advocate, and she spoke to the justices prior to their deliberations. What she said was absolutely chilling. She said that if a woman was approaching an abortion facility and heard people shouting, which, to be clear, we have said doesn't actually happen in this country, but take the example of hearing someone shouting, that would be disturbing. But she went on to say it would be much more disturbing if someone stood in silence, as she said, judging them. She actually suggested that would be more psychologically damaging than having someone shout at you or hold up a placard or a banner. Now, this is tortuous logic on a pretty big scale. And if we follow it through, and if we get to the point, her culmination of her argument was simply, since it's more damaging to stand in silent judgment, as she described it, the punishment should be greater, because you've done more harm. We could end up in a bizarre inverted world where people in demonstrations decide better to hurl abuse and scream and shout in the hope you'll get a lower sentence later because you're not standing in silent judgment. Now, as I say, this may sound preposterous, it may even sound fictitious, but this is exactly what the Lord Advocate said to the justices in the Supreme Court last year, and it is exactly the basis on which this proposed buffer zone bill is based.
I mean, I'm hearing that for the first time myself. Also, some awareness of the buffer zone background, but that quote, in particular from Dorothy Bain, and the implications, it's mental gymnastics. And I'm thinking here, most viewers here will be shocked by it, because they might have this kind of cosy notion over it's only to protect women going to the hospital. The ramifications of that going forward is effectively criminalising prayer, not even vocal prayer, silent prayer. Where does that lead to?
Well, it begs a number of questions. For example, a lot of Catholics will be familiar with the vigils that have taken place over many years outside the Trident nuclear base at Fastlane, or for that matter, outside the Dungavel detention centre, which housed asylum seekers. And Catholics and other Christians have been involved in those. Fastlane, for example, is effectively silent witness. And people stand there saying, I just want by my presence to show that I don't agree with what happens here. Now, the people who serve in that base, the people who work in that base, the contractors who are travelling in and out of that base must pass the protesters. I use the protesters word very, very loosely here. They are not in favour of what's happening, but they're neither aggressive or violent in any way. Sometimes they're actually silent. But it could be argued that someone going past them into the base is upset or irritated by the fact that they're even there. We don't know. That's certainly never been tested in court. But if the government said, we want to make that sort of vigil illegal, I hope most people would be up in arms and say, that's absolutely unreasonable. It's a massive invasion of our human rights and it must be stopped. So I would just urge people, if you haven't thought about this, take the concept of a silent vigil away from the topic of abortion and apply it elsewhere. For example, it's now been 2 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. At the early months of that, there was a silent vigil of pro-Ukrainian supporters in George Square in Glasgow. All they did was stand with some banners in the middle of the square every day. They spoke to people who went by and they just bore witness to the fact that they supported Ukraine and they opposed what had happened. And I often thought, what if one day the Russian consul who's in Edinburgh took the train to Glasgow, got off at Queen Street and walked across George Square and saw them? Well, there's a good chance that he might not like the fact that they were there. He might not like what their banners said. He might not like what they said. Should that mean that he has the right to have them arrested, to have them removed, to have them cancelled? Again, I would hope most people would say, absolutely not. They have a right to express that view. So again, I say to people, please take this concept of cancelling, of silencing people, and put it in other contexts, and then say, is this fair?
Exactly. I mean, that is one of the things that the SPUC are doing currently just now, is fighting in the courts and the political scene against buffer zones and raising awareness. What is the church doing and the level of the bishops to regards this kind of battle for freedom of expression?
Our parliamentary office and our parliamentary officer are constantly lobbying, communicating and working with MSPs and with the Scottish Government. Now, officially, this buffer zone bill is a private member's bill. However, the private MSP does have the support of the Scottish Government. So we are keen to stress to the Scottish Government that they shouldn't give their support to this. And to stress to all MSPs who will have a vote on the matter, this is an absolute invasion of people's human rights. But that has to be done on as wide a basis as possible. So the message I would say to everyone who's listening to this is really, really simple. Please contact your MSP and simply say to them, I do not want this destruction basically of human rights, of freedom of expression. I don't think it's merited, it's absolutely not necessary, and can you assure me that you will not support it? They can contact their MSP through the Scottish Parliament very, very easily, and the details on this are available on the Catholic Parliamentary Office page, and I'm sure you'll be able to show people a link to that.
Yep, as Peter said, it's very important that you contact your MSP. We have the link below, and if anyone wants any further details, you can message us privately. We'll send you those links and contacts. Thanks, Peter, for coming in today to our Sancta Showcase for Life. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long weekend so far, but we're united as Catholics to defend life from all stages, from womb to tomb. And you've done a great job of doing that over the years as well. So thank you for doing that and coming in.
Thanks very much for having me, John.
Okay, God bless.
Thank you, God bless.
So thanks very much, Peter, for joining us in the studio this morning. We're now going to take a look at an interview with Margaret Cuthell, speaking about her own experiences of abortion.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Uplift. This week I'm joined by Margaret in studio and she's going to share her story.
Struggling after an abortion is something many women experience, yet it is shrouded in silence. Today we are joined by Margaret in studio, who will share her story and how abortion has affected her. Thank you, Margaret, for joining me in studio today. Would you mind sharing your story?
Hey, not at all, and thank you for asking me.
No problem.
Well, I had 2 abortions in my life, and the first, back in 1974, and this was when I was in a relationship with a married colleague at work. But for me, I was 27 years old and thinking, believing this was the love of my life, but also, I think quite naively, believing that, well, I only see him occasionally, and it's, how would you say, I wasn't expecting any more from him than maybe an occasional coffee or whatever. But anyway, 3 months into the relationship, and I found myself pregnant. And again, when I look back and I think, my goodness, how naive you were, because at work, and I was being sick in the mornings, and I thought, what's that?
Yeah.
And until I missed 2 periods, I thought there's something wrong, and took a pregnancy test. And again, the impact, the shock of that, and well, I know many women, when you find out you're pregnant and it's not in the ideal circumstance, your life's out of your control. So it is a crisis, and what's the future going to be like? Can I cope? And I think there was a very short time, a window, if you like, where, because I was having the baby of the man I loved, it was a baby. But when the time came for me to tell him, well, when the rubber hits the road, the reality kicks in, and he said, well, what happened was that he had to go back home and explain to his wife, and there's a whole scenario or a whole backstory of he came up from England to where we were working, so his wife was still living down south. But anyway, the outcome of that was that, well, Margaret, I don't know what you're going to do, but I won't be with you. And for me, that was when really the terror hit me, and I thought, well, I can't do this. And then the very strong denial kicked in, and that was where the baby was no longer a baby, it was a pregnancy. So I went to my own doctor, and she didn't talk to me or didn't explain what other options, or how do you feel about this, Margaret? Just to talk about it. I'll see you, I'll arrange your first antenatal appointment. And so I left the doctor's surgery even more frightened than I had when I went in, because I thought she was going to tell me something that would take this knot out of my stomach. Anyway, a friend, the only one that I told, she had worked down south, and she had heard of the British Pregnancy Advisory Service, as was, it's now BPAS, and they didn't have an office in Glasgow, but you could phone, chat to a counsellor, and the arrangement was that the nearest clinic was in Liverpool. So I travelled down to Liverpool, and with the father. I said, I can't go on my own, and you'll have to go with me. So that was okay, and of course he said and he would pay for it because it was a private clinic. And when I got there, the counselling that was provided or that they give was 2 questions. Are you in a supported situation and can you cope? And I said no to both. And the only question I asked was, is it a baby yet? And they said, oh no, it's just cells, it's just a blob. And it was I was coming up for 10 weeks gestation, and it was a surgical termination. Again, I'd never been in hospital before. It was a clinic, but I'd never experienced a general anaesthetic, and nobody knew apart from, I'll call him James, that where I was and my friend, and really was quite afraid. But anyway, they explained the general anaesthetic. Didn't say much about the procedure, and after I was given the anaesthetic, and when I woke up it was, I didn't realise it was all over. But for me, and because of my denial, I really was so relieved. I got my life back. And but there was a very big difference. On travelling down, he was the man that I thought I was in love with. But when he came to pick me up, it was as if he was a stranger and I didn't want anything to do with him. And that's just to explain aspects of the emotions that, for me, that I was going through. So in believing that, that's it, I've got to get on with my life, I did not acknowledge the baby at all, and for the next 9 years I was in denial. I focused on my career, but we're, as human beings, are created body, mind and spirit. So maybe in our mind we can shut off, but certainly not in our bodies. And I didn't realise that I'd become anorexic. I didn't eat. And not that I was heavy then, but I certainly lost a tremendous amount of weight, but not aware of it. And it wasn't until a photograph that was taken at an office party, and someone said, oh, look, there's a nice photograph of you, Margaret. And I thought, my goodness, is that me? Because I really was so thin. And my dad had said to me, Margaret, I don't know what's wrong, but I think you need to start eating or you won't be here. And that really was a wake-up call too, because I thought, I don't want to die. And so I made sure from then on that I had one meal every day. Anyway, life went on and my job was good, and I got good promotions, and but again, relationships were very destructive initially, like most women, I would say. They can go through a time of being promiscuous, angry at themselves, but also angry at men. And I remember my attitude was, I'm going to treat you the way I've been treated. But anyway, over time, that all calmed down. And during those 9 years again, my father had died, and I was the youngest in the family and lived with my mum. And my mum, who had Parkinson's disease, died suddenly. Now, again, within what's known as post-abortion trauma, when another loss situation occurs, it can trigger unresolved grief. So again, I'd promised I would never go out with anyone from my work again, but I did. And this again was someone that didn't live in Scotland, so I didn't really know that much about him. And I was being made redundant and had a place at university to retrain. So my life was going to be different. Also, just to say in that 9 years, there was a place where there was quite a deep self-hatred. I wouldn't say I was depressed, but life was never the same. It was as if I was on a level plane all the time. I was neither happy nor sad. But with the unresolved grief, I wanted more from this relationship. And I did not know the chap that well at all. But anyway, sex occurred, and I'd started the course, and the only time I've ever missed a period was when I was pregnant. So I thought, I'm pregnant, I know I am, and if I go early enough, the shame, the fear, because now I was 37, and I thought, this career woman, and how did I get into this situation again? Anyway, if I went early enough, it wouldn't be a baby. By this time, the abortion industry had progressed to having an office in Glasgow, so I thought if I go early enough, I'll see what they say. So I was so ashamed going to that office, but again, the denial, it's not a baby. And, well, the same questions is really what they asked me. Can you cope? Are you in a supported situation? And I said, no. I said, can I have another abortion? Oh, yes, of course you can. This is the solution. You've got your life in front of you. As you're saying, you're on your own. And it was the same procedure. And I travelled back down to Liverpool. Again, within the impact of abortion, although I went to the same clinic, I had no memory of that building whatsoever till the following morning. And it was the breakfast room, and it was, at that time, they would still smoke. So the walls were this dirty yellow, and it was just dark and morbid, and that just mirrored how I felt at that time. So anyway, a girlfriend had come with me, and when we travelled up home, the thoughts that I had was, like, what kind of woman was I? But again, not acknowledging the baby at all. So on my course, it required that I went away for 2 blocks of 12 weeks, and the only difference after the abortion was that I bled after the first abortion. There was no bleeding after the second abortion. And I'd been away for the 12 weeks, so when I came back home, I phoned BPAS and said, could I come for an examination, because they offered this post-operative check. And so I went to the office, and the doctor who examined me asked me 2 questions. He said, have you been to Liverpool, and did you have the operation? And I really was puzzled and looking at him, because there was no question in my mind. I did have the operation. But again, the feelings that came up was there must be something really badly wrong with me. And he said, can I invite a colleague in to examine you? And I said, yes. And the other doctor came in, he examined me, and he said, oh, approximately 20 weeks gestation. So I said, are you saying I'm pregnant? And one doctor said yes, and the other doctor said no. We don't know what's in your womb, but we can arrange to send you for a scan. I went to the hospital, and absolutely petrified, because they had mentioned some sort of cancerous cyst that I might have, and but anyway, the nurse that I saw, the department was empty, and when I was shown into the room where the scan was going to happen, and she said, really so kind. Well, if you can imagine, I really was almost in bits. Yeah. And she said, just you watch that screen. She said, and you're going to be all right. So anyway, when she was scanning me, and there I saw a baby. And I saw this little heart beating and the arms and legs moving. And only the week before in lectures, I'd had the quickening, as they call it. The baby was moving and had grown enough for me to feel. And well, I thought that's what that was. But I thought it was the eating issue coming back again. Oh, yeah. So, anyway, again, it was another watershed day for me. And I went home. I don't know when I spoke to BPAS again. I don't know if I phoned them, but the feelings that came up was the reality of seeing my baby, but what did I do 9 years before? And the feelings that I had were that I was dirty. The reality of my baby and what I'd done before. So, as a young woman, I had made a commitment in my teen years to God, and for a time had been walking His way. But I suppose you could identify me or call me a prodigal. And that day, really, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with the guilt. And anyway, I just sat at home and I just prayed and asked God's forgiveness. And I just, believed I was in His presence. And a peace came, and I just knew deep inside that no matter what, things were going to be all right. So, I was 20 weeks and 4 days pregnant, and the 4 months later, I gave birth to a healthy daughter. And again, with post-abortion trauma, many women have feelings, particularly when they are pregnant again, that if they have unresolved emotional feelings, could they be a good mother? Could they love this baby because of what they had done? And although I didn't talk about it much, I remember saying to my sister, Marion, what if there is something wrong with me and I can't love this baby? And she said, no, Margaret, just you wait. And for me, that was the truth. As soon as they put my daughter in my arms, it was an unbelievable experience, and I was so thankful. And really that, God was giving me another chance. And what I didn't mention was that before I had the abortion, the chap, I didn't see him after that one occasion. Okay. We had argued because again, for me, it was after it happened. Well, he was like, I guess, most men. I won't be seeing you again, so bye. But anyway, he had phoned just before Christmas, before I went for the examination, and he'd said he was coming back up to Glasgow. Oh, and he would love to see me. And I thought, oh yeah. So anyway, I spoke on the phone and said to him, well, I need to tell you that I became pregnant. And he said, well, Margaret, that was maybe for the best because I'm married and I have 2 daughters. And I said, well, that maybe it was for the best. And that was that. But from having the pregnancy confirmed and living my life pregnant, and again, that was a hard time too in some respects, because I still was ashamed of what, at 37, what had happened. But again, not of the, like say, the baby as such. But anyway, I prayed a lot about, well, I thought I had his real telephone number, because I argued with myself, does he need to know, and should I tell him? And anyway, he, the week before I went in to hospital, my due date, he phoned again to say he was coming up to Scotland, so could we meet up? And I said, oh, well, yes, please come to the house, because I'd left it with God that if the opportunity came, well, he had to know. And, well, I didn't have any milk at home that day when he came, so I got in my car, rushed to the shop, and just as I drove up, his car was at the door. And, well, of course, he's seeing me from the neck up, so as I get out and he's looking at me and shocked, and he said, my goodness, Margaret, what happened to you? And I said, well, it seems as if that abortion did not work and the pregnancy continued. And I suppose in some respects, I don't remember the shock in his face at that moment in time, but anyway, he came into the house and I said, I really believe you have to know this, because it's life, it's not, I said, the way I was living was all wrong. I said, and certainly the way you were living when you are married, I said, my life's going to change completely, but I said, you've got a choice here, how you're going to live your life. But I said, I really wanted to only ask you 2 questions. I said, I don't want anything from you. I said, but is there any health issues that might be a problem for the baby? And he said, no. And really, that was the extent of me telling him, well, you need to change your life. And he left that day, and I've never heard from him since. So, again, as time, well, God, as God is, he was so good. And I finished my course, I sat the exam, but where I thought I would have to work, well, it really was made clear to me if my daughter was only going to have one parent, she had to have 100% of me. So, and it was lovely to be a mum, having worked all these years, and to do the things we did. And then, after being at home for a time, well, till she went to primary school, that again was when my life changed.
So, Margaret, what helped you begin a healing process then?
Well, really, becoming a Christian, or re-establishing my relationship with Jesus, because as well, reading the Bible is His Word, and His Word is life, and living the living Word. So, and now there was 2 American psychologists, Christians, who came to Paisley, where I live, and they had done a lot of work in inner healing. And so I'd gone to hear what they said, and well, I had prayer. And again, an interesting thing did happen, and it is relevant because they talk about the babies in the womb. They've no feelings. And either pain or emotional feelings or whatever.
Yeah.
But my daughter wouldn't feed from me, skin to skin. And when I'd spoken to the psychologist, he said, well, and from reading of his work, he said, babies in the womb know when they're being rejected. But babies, the unborn, are aware of so many things that it's only, again, in the following years that many have studied, that they can hear music, they know the mum's voice and the dad's voice and these things. But anyway, that was one thing that was an issue early on.
Do you think that if women and girls were provided with the right amount of support, that you would see more of them choosing life?
Oh, most definitely, because I then, say in 1988, became involved with a pro-life group. We had a speaker come to church, and there was a bill going through Parliament. So we had a day of life at our church, and so became involved after hearing about post-abortion trauma. And when the girls from SPUC heard my story, they said, would you like to come in an afternoon a week? Because we get calls from women. And so from there, I then, for the next 20 odd years, worked with SPUC in, I wasn't in the political area, but we were called British Victims of Abortion, and we set up a helpline, and the reality was that, well, I remember counting way at the beginning, when it wasn't talked about that much, but we had done some marketing in churches particularly, and I had 300 calls that year, and it was just me over time. And I was hearing the same thing all the time, that, and the reality is that women really are not counselled in any way to understand their situation or their circumstance. They are counselled to abort so that the abortion providers can tick the boxes to make it legal. And so many, well, there'd be the group who would talk about, I didn't want to do it, but they were being coerced either by lack of support from family or the man involved, the father, or their circumstances, or fears, or there was the occasion when it would be maybe a medical problem with the baby, and again, they're not given the full information. They're not allowed to explore their circumstances, their situation. And what do you think about abortion? What is your feeling about it? And what is your feeling about the baby? Because the denial is the major thing that stops women from healing. Abortion is brutal. The baby's dehumanised, but women are dehumanised also, and they, well, today we've got the abortion pill, and it's abortion at home. And if abusers abuse over a long time, they are totally desensitised to what they do to the person they're abusing. And I see that in society. Our society has so denied the unborn child, but also the woman. And because the abortion pill is brutal. And all that I've heard on the telephone, and if they're on their own, they're frightened, they're the reactions that their body has, whether it's the extreme pain that many have or the bleeding. And the bleeding that can carry on for, I had one lady on the phone and she bled for 12 weeks after, because, and she kept going to the doctor and she had a few other scans, but whatever was left of the tissue in her womb, whether it was afterbirth, it wasn't, they didn't deem it big enough. It will come away on its own.
Yeah.
So you can bleed for as long as it takes. And I thought,
Crazy.
So callous, really so callous.
What advice would you give to any woman who finds herself in that situation and thinks abortion is the only answer?
Well, I know that they more than likely will feel, because of 54 years of the rhetoric of the pro-choice movement, 54 years of abortion providers, where it's from the government down that they deny the reality of abortion. And for the general public, for the way our culture has gone, young people today, adults too, believe that sex is a recreational pastime. It certainly is not. And so the responsibility has been removed from the sexual act, that every time, even with contraception, you can become pregnant. So a woman that finds herself pregnant will think that is the quick fix.
Yeah.
Well, the reality is it fixes nothing. You exchange one set of problems for another. So I'm hoping that with more information going out into the marketplace, out into the public domain, that if you're pregnant, talk about your fears, find someone to talk to, look at your circumstances and your situation. I was the wee girl that played with her dolls till she was 13. So how could my head switch to aborting a baby? So again, in today's world, culture has such an influence. Education has missed the mark in relation, well, with regard to relationships. Men need to be men, and women need to be women.
Yeah.
And there's boundaries that need to be put in place, because when things like an unplanned pregnancy occur, to choose abortion, you're denying yourself. The instincts that you have are to nurture. But again, that is not in our culture.
What would you like to say to abortion providers who may be oblivious to how this procedure would affect women?
Well, because I would say there's an underlying agenda going back to before the abortion law came into being. There is such a thing as eugenics, and I believe that underlies abortion and the provision of abortion. But the abortion providers have never acknowledged the research or asked women the right questions. How are you feeling after your abortion? So they've denied totally the after effects on women And not only on women, because during my 20 plus years, at the end of a telephone, I've spoken to the fathers who struggle, who may be in denial initially, but then further down the line, like the young man whose friend asks him to go to pick up his wee boy from school, and an intelligent man, he gets to the school and he's looking at all these wee boys running around and kicking balls, and I thought, I could have a boy at this school at this age. And that was the beginning of the breaking of his denial. And he then thought about things, and like say he would drink to excess.
Yeah, to medicate it probably.
Yes, yeah. So the men who would come on the phone damaged, the grandfathers, grandmothers. The reality is that it's not just, or it's not only the baby and the mother.
Yeah.
All who have personal contact are impacted, but that's denied. Any man who goes along with a woman to an abortion clinic, and if he has any doubts and they think he may have stopped the woman, they're quite aggressive and leave the room and keep your opinions to yourself. And I've heard that many, many times. But so they deny post-abortion trauma. And I have said, I've spoken to them and I've said, well, what are you so afraid of? Why do you need to lie if abortion is the best solution? Because many who work in the abortion clinics, and I guess in Scotland, the NHS, are post-abortive too. Because the other thing that flags up is, and why the women who are aggressive about, if you were the silent witness outside an abortion clinic, the threat of anyone breaking their denial, because they've gone behind this wall and they've got to protect themselves. So therefore, that's why it's so aggressive. And again, I would say with the medics, well, I don't know for sure, but my thoughts on it are that I think the best way to put it is that abortion can never be objective. It's always subjective. And if I were in your situation, this is the answer, because that's what I would do. And also because, I could be wrong, but there's so many male doctors who are abortionists, and there's so many men, like maybe a better way to put this is, if there's been 10 million approximately abortions, because some will be repeat abortions, well, there's 10 million mothers, fathers, families, and society is a victim too.
That's
most definitely.
So important.
And the breakdown of the family, you could, I've heard it said that, like, say, abortion is the biggest issue that we face as human beings, and I would totally agree.
It's a really important point.
So, but again, this breaking someone's denial, that's why they're so aggressive. How dare you? These women are needing help and we're giving it. But the women, I always remember that saying that I would say the majority of women do so while the balance of their mind is disturbed. And it's not to make an excuse for the women, because it's across the board, age-wise, economically, from the poorest woman to the richest woman,
Yeah.
who finds herself in a crisis pregnancy, is vulnerable. And unless she's given the opportunity to explore all her circumstances, to see, and it's not taking away her choice. Like, say, to make a choice, you've got to have all the information, and it is the only procedure that they don't need to give you information. They're helping you. They're doing the right thing.
No, thank you so much for, you know, courageously sharing your story, and for all the great work that you do and offering hope to women as well. So thank you for joining in studio today and sharing your story. I have no doubt it will be powerful and for lots of women to hear, and for everyone who's curious about the effects of abortion. So thank you for sharing. I really do appreciate that, and for coming in as well. So yeah, thank you.
Every day, more than 600 babies are killed by abortion. This number should shock you. However, what will shock you the most is that most of these defenceless unborn babies are killed in their own homes. The dangerous pills by post policy means that women are sent abortion drugs in the post, without having to meet with a doctor in person. Women are then left to self-induce abortion at home. This policy has turned family homes, which should be places of comfort and safety, into places of trauma and death. Today I'm about to speak with SPUC Service Coordinator Margaret Akers about the impact that the pills by post is having on women and families all across the UK. Margaret, great to have you here with me. Can you tell us just about why the pills by post policy was introduced and what this policy involves?
Yes, absolutely. So the pills by post scheme, the telemedicine abortion scheme, was brought in 2020, right at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. So it was brought in as an emergency measure, as a lot of emergency health measures were put in place to supposedly ensure the provision of health services, right? So they saw this as a necessary provision, but women shouldn't be going into clinics that increased their risk. And so this was a way to facilitate abortions still happening. Now, that was all a bit of a ruse, honestly, because campaigners for abortion, and particularly for abortion decriminalization, have wanted this as a policy for some time. And so it was a situation, a really tragic situation, that was able to be exploited to push the policy that they've wanted for years. This idea of women having abortions, medical abortions, entirely in their own homes. So that came into place in 2020. But we know that the pills by post policy is now permanent, and that's happened since March 2022. So after 2 years of this emergency policy in the midst of lockdowns and the pandemic, it was voted on to make it permanent in 2022. So it's now normal policy. And we know that it's being undertaken by a huge number of women, whether it's fully telemedicine or in most cases women are having both sets of abortion medications in their own home. So this is normal practice. Now what that looks like when we talk about telemedicine is that women will phone up either first through their GP or directly to private abortion providers, have a brief telephone conversation about their situation, and then they will be sent both drugs, mifepristone and misoprostol, along with painkillers, through the post. With instructions on how to take it, and then they take it in their own home without ever being seen by a medical professional in person.
Wow. Now the abortion lobby claim that abortion drugs are safe and simple, but is this experience that women who've been left to self-administer abortion at home have?
No, certainly not. And this is the problem, is there's always risks associated with any drugs, but abortion drugs in particular have some serious consequences and can actually have higher complication rates than surgical abortion. And when women are undertaking this in their own home, it can be quite difficult to know when to seek intervention. So it's been reported through Freedom of Information requests that there are close to 40 ambulance calls a day for women who have self-administered abortion drugs at home. And it's an increasing problem. So whether it's heavy bleeding or anything else that has been a cause for them to then phone the ambulance. Over 200 women a month require surgical intervention following a abortion at home. So these are problems. So that's usually a case of an incomplete abortion, which they then have to go and have a surgical intervention. But then there are additional risks. And so there are all sorts of problems with the scheme that really put women at risk, and it makes it a difficult situation for women to navigate. So they're certainly not safe, they're certainly not simple. And when we look at the statistics, we can think, a complication risk of 5% seems low. But when you think about the number of abortions happening in this country, 5% of women having abortions is thousands of women who are being put at risk of these complications from medical terminations at home.
Let's not forget that is right. And I think that's an insane number as well, the numbers you mentioned there. So yeah, it is horrific to think that these unborn children are being killed in what should have been their family homes. Do you think that this policy could be turning women's homes into places of trauma?
Certainly. As I say, we know anecdotally from women we work with that many of them are not prepared for what the experience of a medical abortion at home is going to look like and feel like for them. So they'll be told things like, oh, it's similar to a heavy period in terms of the pain you'll be feeling and everything else associated with that. And that's simply not the experience that every woman has of that, and it can be far more traumatic than people imagine it's going to be, and they're not prepared for it. And so they're undergoing it in their own home, potentially by themselves, or potentially they have other care responsibilities around the home at the same time, which can further complicate things. But it's deeply traumatic, and those things can be tied to place. And so women will begin to associate their homes with a place where something deeply traumatic and painful has happened for them, as opposed to in a clinical setting where they might feel safer or better monitored through the process. At home, they're really left to their own devices.
That's so sad. And why do you think it is so important that women have the opportunity to meet with a doctor in person rather than a phone call or virtual consultation?
There are certain things that just cannot be identified over phone call. One of the most serious ones is gestational age, right? So women can think that they're a certain gestation in their pregnancy and frequently get that wrong. And that's why ultrasound scans are important. Medical abortions are never safe for the unborn child, and they're not safe for women either. But the risk of complications increases once you get past 10 weeks gestation, right? So if women are thinking that they're less than 10 weeks gestation, but it turns out they're further along, and then they're undergoing these medical terminations at home, that risk is much more significant to them. Yeah. And that's a risk that could have been avoided had they seen a doctor in person, right? That's an additional risk. Every abortion's a tragedy. None of these should be happening, but we're putting women at additional risk by this policy. And so that's a real problem with this system, and one of the reasons the system's so unsafe. Another thing we know, what should be happening when women are consulted for having an abortion, that's a primary place where people can identify abuse and coercion in the abortion procedure. Now, we know that that's not adequate even in clinical settings. We know that from the women we work with. That's why coerced abortion is such a focus of our work. But this is an even further step backwards in that regard, right? So a woman's abuser, who might be coercing her to have an abortion, can be in control of every stage of a telemedicine abortion procedure. They can be sitting across the table from her when she makes the phone call. They can be there when the pills get posted through the doorway, and they can be there when she has to take them. So they can be in complete control of the whole process. And a woman doesn't have any opportunity to be seen alone by a clinician to alert them to the fact that she's suffering this abuse. And so it's going to perpetuate these systems of coerced abortion that we know are already happening in our experience. And it makes it much easier for abusers to get away with things like that. And that's one of the primary risks that we can identify.
Yeah, people need to really wake up to that risk. Like that is, it's so easy for an abuser to just make his girlfriend or wife, shout at her like down the, to get the pills off the phone. I think people really need to wake up to that. So the abortion lobby say that this policy should only be used during pregnancy at 10 weeks and under. But if a woman cannot meet with a doctor, like we said, how can they be certain that the pregnancy has not preceded its 10th week?
They can't be. They simply, at this point, they simply take a woman's word for it. So there's no way to know. So they're taking a woman's word for how far along she is. Now, in some cases, women will genuinely be incorrect. It happens a lot. People misstate pregnancy regularly. So sometimes that happens. But it is also true that some women can lie, and can lie about the gestation of their pregnancy in order to access these pills, or somebody else might be lying on her behalf. And we know that this has happened. We'll talk about some of the cases a bit later on, but when people know that they're past the limit to have them at home, they may mislead clinicians or staff over the phone in order to still access these pills, which puts them at significantly greater risk. It puts the risk to their babies is also significant, as we've seen in some cases. I mean, obviously, the end goal of these abortions is to end the lives of those children, but the additional risk that comes with all of this is significant and not to be ignored.
For sure. And would it be correct then to say indefinitely that this policy is failing women?
Most certainly. It is done in the name, or it's supposedly done in the name of women's comfort, right? And convenience. So the idea is that women will be comfortable in their own homes. It'll be convenient. They can do it around the rest of their life. But this is incredibly misleading. And really what it does is it cuts costs for providers.
Yeah.
It means that abortion providers can be a step further back from the trauma that they're inflicting, and are just that bit further removed, and it all gets put on the woman, right? And oftentimes she does not have all the information about the nature of her unborn child, about the nature of the procedure. She doesn't have all this information. She's making this choice in an uninformed way in many situations, often under a great deal of pressure. And abortion providers have washed their hands of the whole thing by having her do it in her own home. And the follow-up care is lacking as well for many of these women. And so it puts women at physical risk, it puts women at emotional risk, and it's a policy that needs to stop. It should have never been put in place in the first place.
Exactly. Now, the dangers of the pills by post policy has been thrown into the spotlight recently, specifically due to the role this policy played in the baby Lily tragedy. How was baby Lily's death a consequence of pills by post?
So the case of Lily Foster and her mum Carla is a primary example of some of the things that I'm talking about. And it happened in the midst of lockdowns. Carla, Lily's mother, obtained the pills when she knew that she was past the legal limit for abortion. She knew she was past the legal limit. She lied over the phone to be passed to an abortion provider in order that she get sent these pills in the post. And it can be very difficult to talk about what that experience would have been like for Carla. But Carla would have taken these pills. You know, she was nearly full term. She was between 32 and 34 weeks pregnant. And that would have been a physically traumatic experience, which she was likely not prepared for. So she had to undergo this in her own home at great personal risk. She could have lost her life over it. Baby Lily, her daughter, did lose her life over it, and she found it to be traumatic. The court records show that for Carla, this was a deeply traumatic experience, to the extent that she named her daughter Lily after the fact. Now, the abortion that Carla Foster had, although she obtained the pills through a legitimate process, right, because she lied to get them, it was an illegal abortion. That was not within the realms of the 67 Act. So she was past the legal limit for abortion. It should have never happened. But BPAS didn't have the proper safeguards in place to protect her from that. And so she was charged and sentenced for having had an illegal abortion. Now, she won't serve any time. She appealed, and she won't serve any time in prison for that. But it was an illegal act ultimately. But the telemedicine abortion process facilitated and actually put Carla at risk of breaking the law, which she did. And we know she's not the only one. There are many cases that are being investigated. At the time of Carla Foster's case, I believe there were 8, but I think it's now up to 11 cases of women who have had abortions past the 24-week limit having been facilitated by the telemedicine abortion scheme. And then you have groups like BPAS actively campaigning for the extension of these things, despite the fact that they're the ones that have exposed women to the risk of criminality. And it's a real problem in the system, because not only are these babies losing their lives, are their mothers being put at great risk, but also the mothers are being put at risk of being sent to prison. Because there aren't the safeguards in place to stop them from doing that. And that's a real problem too. Essentially, these abortion providers are making it easy for desperate people to break the law.
So the abortion lobby has used baby Lily's death to call for abortion decriminalisation, but SPUC has been very clear that abortion decriminalisation will not help vulnerable women. What are the dangers of decriminalising abortion?
Well, similar to what I just spoke about with the case of Carla Foster and her daughter Lily, the fact that BPAS's own policy and lack of safeguards facilitated a woman breaking the law, and on the back of that case they are campaigning to now remove it from the criminal law, is deeply problematic. Right? So they were the ones who exposed this woman to risk, and now they're the ones campaigning for a change in the law, which put her at significant health risk, which is a real problem. And I think they think we won't notice the problems with their own messaging on this one. We do. Yes. But it is, it's hard to get around. And before telemedicine abortion, only 3 women had ever been charged for having an illegal abortion in the UK. So 3 women had been charged in England, and they were pretty extreme cases. Most of them involved women obtaining illegal abortion drugs online and whatever else. In the years since telemedicine abortion has become more readily available, we've seen at least 8, probably more, cases of women breaking the law with regard to late-term abortion. So the telemedicine abortion policy is facilitating these late-term abortions, which should not be legal, right? And so I see it as very disingenuous that abortion providers are campaigning for decriminalization on the back of exposing women through their own policies to criminality. And really, I think the way to protect these women from potential jail sentences and also from risk to their own lives is by maintaining abortion within the criminal law, because that's an important protection for them and for their babies. So maintaining abortion within the criminal law and getting rid of the telemedicine abortion scheme. That is the correct answer to the problems that we see in cases like Carla Foster's.
Indeed. Now, what is SPUC doing to end the pills by post policy?
So it can be quite difficult to get rid of policies once they're already in place. But in the 3 years since telemedicine abortion has been available, we've seen an increased risk of ambulance calls, women reporting to hospitals, women needing surgical intervention. We've seen mystery shopper exercises where people lie to get pills sent to them in the post, mislead doctors about their age, their gestational age, the situation they're in, and still get sent the pills anyway, even giving sort of totally false identities and being sent the pills anyway. So we see that there's so many problems with this. So at SPUC, we're trying to roll back this policy, which is a really hard thing to do. And so we're calling on the Health Secretary to urgently investigate the problems with the telemedicine abortion scheme, and for that to then drive rolling back this policy and stopping it from happening, because it has significantly increased the number of abortions in the last couple of years, and as I say, introduced more and more risk to women and their babies. And so if you want to get involved, if our supporters want to get involved in this process, we've got a briefing which covers a lot of the statistics about the risk of pills by post abortion and why it's particularly bad, why it's an additional evil to abortion. And we've got postcards, which you can send back to us and will be sent on to the Health Secretary, depending upon where you live, calling on this investigation and calling for an end to the pills by post scheme.
Amazing. Well, thank you for your time, Margaret.
Thank you very much.
The pills by post policy is ending the lives of unborn babies and harming countless women and families across the country. This policy should be the absolute shame of abortion providers, and it is vital that we end it once and for all. SPUC's postcard makes it easy to send a clear message to the Health Secretary that this reckless pills by post policy must end now. It has failed women and failed babies like Lily. Under the Lens with Alliance for Choice, Derry. This is Bethany from pro-abortion group Alliance for Choice Derry, featuring in an interview with the BBC. Even from the start, Alliance for Choice is a curious name. In this context, the word choice really just means abortion. As soon as you visit the Alliance for Choice website, you can see information on how to get an abortion, links for abortion doulas, and then you can be directed to abortion giants like BPAS. Pro-abortion groups who use the word choice rarely advocate for different pregnancy choices like adoption or post-birth support. They only advocate for abortion. Choice is a word they use to sugarcoat the reality of what they really mean. Westminster has very recently imposed extreme abortion legislation into Northern Ireland, even though not one single person from Northern Ireland voted for it. And evidence from polling shows a majority of the public in Northern Ireland oppose it. So let's take a listen at what Alliance for Choice Derry have to say.
Our first stop is the Guildhall to meet Bethany, who works for a women's organisation and also supports those going through abortions.
It's really hard for me to approach the 25th anniversary with this celebratory tone. We have to look at, proper healthcare institutions. We also have the worst NHS waiting lists across the UK.
So Bethany begins by asking for more focus to be on proper healthcare. Now, of course, it is always good to see improved and better quality systems of healthcare. No reasonable person would ever have an issue with that. The issue arises when you take a look at the organisation Bethany represents, Alliance for Choice, which tries to claim that abortion is healthcare. Healthcare does not kill. Abortion will never be healthcare because pregnancy is not a disease to be cured. The intentional and direct targeting of innocent unborn children by abortion is not healing, it is violence. Every pregnancy always involves two or more people, mother and unborn child. Real healthcare acknowledges both lives and looks to uphold the best interest of both lives equally. Very often, pro-abortion groups will dress up abortion with nice words like choice or healthcare to distract from the brutal reality of what it is. Abortion is a systematic killing of vulnerable humans. It will never be healthcare. Anyway, back to the video.
We need to look at the mental health crisis here.
Bethany goes on to speak about the mental health crisis facing Northern Ireland. Of course, everyone suffering with mental health deserves care and support.
However, very often women and families who have been hurt by abortion are pushed out of the conversation around mental health and their experience ignored. Society has given women the message that following an abortion, their life can carry on as before. This is very often not the case. Countless women find, to their emotional cost, that life is never the same again. Evidence-based review, Abortion and Women's Health, shows that suicide is around 6 times greater after abortion than after childbirth, and that there is a 30% increased risk of depression and a 25% increased risk of anxiety following abortion. Now, before some pro-abortion people screech at me, I will make sure to link these studies below for you. Very often, pro-abortion groups ignore women who are mentally or emotionally hurt by abortion because that woman's story no longer fits the narrative of abortion being an empowering experience. But anyways, back to the video.
You know, ending violence against women and girls, champion.
Ending violence against women and girls. Absolutely, this is something we can agree on. Violence against women and girls must end. Again, there is nothing wrong with this statement, but the irony arises when you realise that groups like Alliance for Choice Dairy, who advocate for abortion, appear to be selective in how they view violence and do not speak out against unborn girls being targeted by abortion violence in the womb. From the moment of conception, all lives, including the lives of unborn girls, must be protected from the violence of abortion. Both born and unborn girls should both be protected from violence. We cannot determine the worth of human life based on developmental stage or age. Let's see what else she has to say.
Championing relationship and sex education, doing that work on the ground to make sure that everyone here can not only survive but thrive and live healthy, fulfilled lives. I mean, surely that's what peace is all about.
Absolutely, and a peaceful society is also one where mothers and babies can be loved, helped and protected. It is staggering that Alliance for Choice Dairy do not seem to recognise the glaring contradiction in what they are saying. It is estimated that over 100,000 people are alive today because of Northern Ireland's pro-life laws. Pro-life laws save and uphold the dignity of human life.
So we're now joined live in the studio this morning by Bishop John Keenan, the Bishop of the Paisley Diocese. Now is your chance to join in and ask him any questions you may have.
Welcome back to the studio here in Sancta Familia's studios in Holy Family, Moss End. We're delighted to be with you today over these hours, sharing and promoting life for women and children and all the great things that are going on in the life circles of Scotland and beyond, promoting the great work of SPUC. So today we've spoke to a variety of individuals. We started with John Dugan, we've had the student Tobias in, and we've heard just there a really moving account of a woman, Margaret, who's suffered from abortions in the past, and they were very moving. But today we are now moving on to a special interview, live Q&A with Bishop John Keenan. Many of you have been looking forward to this interview with Bishop Keenan because he's a very big presence on social media with his daily, nightly rosaries. So Bishop John, welcome to Moss End.
Thank you very much, John Patrick.
I think it's the first time you've been here.
It is, yes, first time I've been in this studio. Most impressive, I have to say.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Well, as I say, Bishop John, when we're sitting down to discuss the idea for this show, we thought, who can we get on? Who can be a real entertaining voice and who's well known? First comes to mind is yourself, because you do a fantastic job on social media, connecting with the laity, who tell us all the time, Bishop, you see Bishop John's Rosary on Bishop John's Rosary all the time. So we are delighted to bring the chance for some of those communities to talk to you a bit more in depth about your vocation story, about life, and also because you're a really strong advocate for life. You witness for it throughout your entire priesthood, and as a bishop you stand at the torchlights. You're down to London for the March for Life on those buses. I've not done it yet, but I need to do it soon. So we're going to talk about that over the course of the next 45 minutes. Over the course of the next 45 minutes, you too can ask Bishop Keenan a question if you wish in the question box. worst nightmares have been realised on the Sancta Showcase for Life. We've had a smooth sailing for the last few hours. Bishop Keenan comes in and the feed goes down. But we're back. Maria Shea, fear not, Bishop Keenan has started and we're still here.
Yes.
So we're just talking very briefly before the transmission was cut about your vacation and how the music ministry in St Gregory's promoted that for you. And you were at university. What was it like being at university and having that increasing call?
So difficult because my whole thought was I at that point was just expecting like a young person to be married, to have a family. I was expecting to go into the law, have a career in the law. So that was, and I had got into my head that was happiness. But then this question came in: why are you not a priest? Why are you not studying to be a priest if you're so captivated with priestly things? And so this path began to open up as my meaning, what God wanted me to do, my meaning, my fulfillment, what I wanted to do, my happiness. And there was a real battle on for a year, I would say, it's until my head was almost exploding. But I came to the conclusion, I can't go through the whole of my life and I've missed my eternal purpose. And so meaning really kind of had a bigger weight for me than my own personal happiness. Now just so then I spoke to my parish priest. I said, can I just have a word in confidence with you? And I sat down and spoke to him. And then a couple of days later he said, listen, I spoke to the Archbishop about that. He said, come and see him. So it was taken out of my hands, thank God. But just to conclude that, after about 2 years at seminary, I remember gathering with some of my friends. It was a June evening. There was Scots seminarians, English seminarians, American seminarians in Rome, and we were all out for pizza and pasta, and a lovely summer evening, all discussing about the church. And I thought to myself, even on a human level, I'm now happier than I've ever been. And so that kind of idea of meaning and happiness came together again for me, and that has been the case ever since.
Wonderful. And of course, you went on to serve various parishes, and it was really in 2014. Well, before that, you were the chaplain for University of Glasgow. Curious story, actually. Bishop Keenan was the first person I ever spoke to when I attended university. The very first person. So, as a very young 17-year-old, many years ago now, won't give away my age, I got off the bus on University Avenue and was a bit nervous for registration. Walked into the cloister, and then Bishop Keenan was standing with his collar on. I thought, he must be a priest. He might be an older priest, so you never know these days sometimes. And he was standing with a leaflet, and I said, where's Butte Hall? And you said, I don't know. But we got chatting, so it was good to see a familiar, you know, we see as Catholics priests as being part of the family, and priesthood is an extension of that. So to see a familiar clergyman or someone like that was really comforting for me. But you spent a long time at Glasgow University. We'd recently had a student in a few hours ago who's at Stirling University. He was talking about his experiences there. We'll go on to that kind of more serious topics later on, but how was that time being chaplain?
It was a wonderful time, John Patrick, a wonderful time. Young people from all over the world who had came to the chaplaincy, and I thought they're really gifts from God, because I couldn't be in Mexico telling someone to come, or in Lithuania, or Romania, or Hungary asking someone to come, or Canada, or Australia, or Africa, Kenya, Australia, asking people to come. They all came because God's providence sent them. Now, young people moving away from home, coming to university, have very many options ahead of them coming to church or being involved in their faith. So the ones who came along had made a lot of choices to come to the chaplaincies. I found that they were looking for something that was challenging for them. They were not looking for mediocrity. They were coming looking for genuine holiness and a real sense of belonging to the church, and so it was. And we found that I found that the whole spectrum of the church was there. So at 8:30 in the morning, we had a plain chant mass, because some of the students really appreciated that Benedictine form of liturgy, and they left and were followed by a music group who were with praise and worship music. And the thing about it was, they were all friends. that's the lovely thing. You saw the spectrum of the church, but not in a divided way, but in a real sense of respect and belonging. And so I had the happiest of times. It was predominantly my work was with the students, but it was a parish. It was a parish of the university. So also it's people who came round about, the families who came round. And as the students came and went, they were a real support to me as well, and the academics and the members of the university community. So it was a wonderful, I didn't want to leave,
of course,
in all honesty. It was a wonderful time.
And that leads us up nicely to when you did have to leave.
Yes.
Just after that, you were named Bishop of Paisley. How did that go?
Well, how did it come about? So probably people will be aware of this, that when there's a vacancy, which there was, Bishop Philip went to Glasgow, and then there was a vacancy in Paisley, and so the nuncio then has to sort of make investigations round about and ask priests and people for names and what have you. So that process, although it's under pontifical secret, is not always kept as well as it might be. And sometimes the pontifical secret means only tell one person at a time, or other people say the pontifical secret means everyone knows except the Pope. So people started to say to me, oh, you're going to be the Bishop of Paisley. And I've got to say, a real sense of dread came upon me. The sense at that time, 10 years ago, was that a bishop couldn't walk into his office without some crisis waiting for him. So there was that side of things. Also, I could not have been happier. I remember a time at the chaplaincy thinking to myself, if this is me for the rest of my life, I'm very happy to be here for the rest of my life. So there's the personal change of having settled, and I made a home place and then moving on. And then there was the fear factor as well. But I did believe that if God calls us, and we're perfectly honest in that process, then we just have to do what the Holy Spirit asked us to do. So that was a big change for me to go to Paisley. But I have to say, very quickly, the Lord doesn't ask us to do anything. His will is pretty much our happiness. And I have to say, in the 10 years I've been there, now I feel entirely at home in Paisley, among the priests, among the clergy, among my office staff, and among all the schools, all the teachers I know, all the parishioners I know. So I feel very much at home now. So it's probably a lesson just to, if God asks us to do something, we should have the courage and generosity, trust in Him. That He's not going to ask us to do something that's not going to keep us happy.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things, looking back, we've been doing this 7 years now, it just seems to be that everything's came together at once. We started Sancta in 2015, and not long after you were named Bishop of Paisley. We talked to John Dugan this morning about that. He became involved with SPUC, he was more involved with the pro-life cause issues at the same time, around about 2015. We worked very close with you in that time, with Sancta as well as your brother bishops. So it feels like there's something behind all this that's not for our understanding, but whatever we're doing, you've got to accept it. So I see Sancta as a vocation. You see your role as a bishop, of course, as absolutely a vocation. So one of the things that people really resonate with you, as I mentioned earlier on in the interview, is your ability to connect with people online. They feel like they know you on a personal level. You've got Maria O'Shea on there just now, who's watching, and several other people as well. And by the way, we are live, so you can ask comments if you wish. I'll be having a conversation with Bishop Keenan, but you can have your own questions as well if you want. You do the Rosary online every night, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
So what was the genesis of that idea?
The genesis of that was COVID, lockdown. And I remembered at the time, for us priests and bishops, it was a shock, because our principal way of relating to people, of being a family, is Mass, is Sunday Mass and daily Mass. That's, we say theologically it's the source and summit of the Christian life, but it's the home and the hearth of the Catholic community. So every Sunday we would be used to inviting people into the church and then celebrating Mass with them, and then having a little bit of community with them afterwards, and then daily Mass. Also, to have that taken away, it struck me the passage of Ezekiel, which I think maybe tomorrow actually for the Feast of Christ the King. It talks about the shepherd who stands in the middle of the scattered sheep to try and keep them all in view. So imagine the shepherd has all of the sheep together, But then they're all scattered. Where is he going to find some place, maybe high up, where he can see them all, and they're all scattered? And so that was. Then I thought, well, online is the way to do that. You know, go online, and that way is a place where I can keep them all in view. So that began with morning mass, and then someone asked me if I would begin the evening rosary, and I began the evening rosary. And I have to say, it's been a remarkable. But as COVID ended, it was obvious I would carry on, because it really is. It's a family that's created particularly for the evening rosary.
It's immensely popular, and I'm really impressed you've handled the technology so well yourself. You know, but it's not always been plain sailing. There's been some bloopers. I think Brian can have that on the screen. It's a wee bit on its side, but you'll see it there. This is a famous moment where Jesus himself walked out on Bishop Keenan. So we'll get that on for a second. You can see it. You might remember this.
This was, I'll give you a bit of a commentary on this. This was the Feast of the Sacred Heart. And so on the Feast of the Sacred Heart, as I was preaching about the Sacred Heart, he just walked off stage.
He thinks he do that day.
It's one thing having a Catholic walk out on you. It's a different thing having the good Lord walking out on you.
That's one of the things. It's Bishop John. It's your humour as well that takes these things in good stead when things go wrong. Just like 5 minutes ago, we went and had our first. Had to be with yourself.
Did
we had our first blooper on the live stream? One of your roles as bishop is in this new role for life and family.
Yes.
What's your kind of responsibilities there?
So wonderful thing is that our bishops' conference a year and a half ago established, actually for the first time, we noticed it was an oversight. We established a commission for marriage, family, and life, and I was appointed as the bishop president of that. And since then, we've been doing an awful lot of work behind the scene. I've got so many volunteers who have come in working with me on marriage, and we're looking for a national programme for marriage preparation based on the catechumenal way that Pope Francis talks of. Families, so we're looking at how to support families, young families, adolescents, single people in the world, and then how to support the life apostolate. And so in our life commission we have John Dugan from SPUC, with Paul Atkin from the Archdiocese of St Andrews in Edinburgh, and we're building that up so that the voluntary associations like SPUC, March for Life, 40 Days for Life, and Right to Life, and so on, they can have also something in the institutional church that is working with them and supporting them.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. And I think one of the questions really I've got in my mind is that we put a lot of pro-life stuff online, and we have a Catholic audience, but not every single Catholic is pro-life. Mm-hmm. What would you say to them today with that?
Yeah, so there's some Catholics who, I think probably, in all honesty, John Patrick, I would say in comparison to maybe about 15, 20 years, Catholics are probably wobbling a bit on the pro-life issue. Why is that? I think first and foremost it's been this sort of a cultural shift that is affecting so many things just now, so that whereas in the past someone could be pro-life and someone could be pro-choice, pro-abortion, and they would have an argument, and the basis of that argument would be, well, you're right and I'm wrong. There was kind of an intellectual sort of a rational argument. Now that's moved on, and it's no longer you're right and I'm wrong, but you're bad and I'm good. So now someone who is pro-life is doesn't just worry about being wrong on the wrong side of the argument, but worries about being portrayed as a bad person. Now, why am I a bad person? Because the culture just now has made this issue a binary issue. On the one side are women, and the other side is the unborn, and they are in opposition to each other. They're pitted against each other, such that to take the side of the pregnant woman is to be hostile, to be the enemy of the unborn child. But to take the side of the unborn child, the voices, is to be the enemy of women. And then added to that, there will be a lot of narratives that will either just be not true, or they'll be very skewed about that really kind of ask for compassion for women in in terrible circumstances, which are terrible circumstances. They might find themselves in rape or something like that. But it's not the full story. And so I think when you put all of those things together, you find what I find, which is that if I were to put up a post on social media about, I don't know, about a mass that took place, I'll get hundreds of likes. Or if I put up something about a saint of the day, I'll get hundreds of likes. If I put up something about pro-life, I'll get very few. Now, I'm convinced that as many people who like the other ones agree with me on the pro-life issue, but they're afraid.
Yeah.
They're afraid because if I like something, someone knows I liked it, and now someone is going to think of me as a bad person. So I think that's feeding into all of this.
Do you think, I don't know if you've had conversations with your priest about it, do you think there's a reticence from priests nowadays to put their head above the pulpit, so to speak, in terms of, we know parishes are sometimes struggling after COVID with numbers. Do you think there's a worry in the back of priests' minds that if they speak about these hard issues and not nice Catholicism, that the pews will somehow get emptier?
So I think there's priests have pastoral hearts, they're fathers, they're shepherds. They're also conscious that when you're speaking one-to-one, it's a dialogue. And if you say something that might be misunderstood, the person says, what do you mean by that? Or you can see the expression in their face. If you're preaching to hundreds of people, it's not really a dialogue in the same way. So you might have said something inadvertently that hurts someone, and they don't come back to you. And so I think there's a fear of unnecessarily hurting people or inadvertently hurting people. And so I think probably, and priests will be very well aware, we all know the number of abortions in our country, that in any parish community, any Sunday Mass, there will be a number of women who have had abortions. And so I think they probably feel, is the homily the best way for me to engage with this issue? The problem is, if it's not engaged in the homily, then where are we left with? They're still left with, those women are still there, and those women know in the back of their minds, or they think what I have done is so unspeakable that even the priest doesn't feel he can speak about it. And then there aren't any other places within the parish where she can go to, or if it's a man who has encouraged his partner to have an abortion, there's nowhere to go. So I think there is undoubtedly that reticence, and I think we have to try and get over it, and we have to try and get beyond it.
Yeah, definitely. What would your suggestion be, not just the priests but Catholics in general, about dealing with these issues now? There might be a perception in the media that we are anti-women, bigoted, just pro-birthers. How do you think that us as Catholics approach, especially women who have had experience of abortion or have been coerced or otherwise, how do we gauge the issue in a way that reflects not only our faith but also testifies to the truth of life?
So I was able to, through working with March for Life UK, was able to host an event in Glasgow not that long ago, a couple of months ago. It's called Rethink Abortion, and that's something that they take around the country. It's a whole day where they invite Catholics who are pro-life but don't know how to speak about it. So there's sort of voices. They don't know how to speak about it because all of the things I've mentioned. They go through all of those things and they say, well, look, if someone says this is the kind of person they are, you need to know the person in front of you. These are the sort of things that you might say. So what it's about is it's giving confidence that the view that I hold in my heart, I can express publicly and not make matters worse. So I would encourage Catholics to look at that, to look at the March for Life website, to look at Rethink Abortion, to see where those training days are, and to think about going along. You'll also be able to find a number of things online that help you do that. But the important thing is not to do nothing, or to do something. St. Maximilian Kolbe said that the great sin of the 20th century is indifference. I know something's wrong and I don't do anything about it. And I would probably say to Catholics, don't let the best be the enemy of the good. Just because you can't do everything, make sure you do something. Okay, so we heard not so long ago of in the Sunday Gospels of the talents. Someone had 1 talent, someone had 2, someone had 5. Well, the one with 1 talent wasn't asked to make 2 or wasn't asked to make 5, just asked to make an extra 1. So we can just say, well, I might only be given 1 talent in this. What one thing can I do? I can pray a rosary every week. If I've got a little bit of extra funds, I can fund a pro-life society movement. I can find out a little bit more about it. We can all do, so say, let's all do something and some little thing about it.
That's wonderful. One of the things that Bishop Keenan said there, built upon what John Dugan was saying this morning, is that there's no one way to be pro-life. There's many things. Some people are born to be public speakers, some people are born to be more vocal on the streets, doing things and praying. But some people just want to be quiet about it, pray about it. Some people just want to be not seen about it, and that might tie into the fact people don't maybe like things as much online. But you can donate to SPUC, and they will use any money they get today to help various causes and various programmes which might be to your liking, it might suit you, it might be favourable, like the Alma Mater Fund. It could be something like defending and helping the students at universities who are struggling with crisis pregnancies. It could be the legal situation just now, which could come up with buffer zones, for example, as well. One of the things, Bishop Keenan, we spoke to with Peter Kearney earlier, was the Church's view on buffer zones. This is going to come up pretty soon. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, again, through as much March for Life as anything, I've got sort of inside track on this, and that inside track is a bit of a myth buster. So the buffer zones is this, consultation going through the Scottish Parliament, and it's being through local authorities in England, that there'll be an area between abortion centres and those who have traditionally been standing in silent vigil or there to offer help. Now, actually, the buffer zone legislation is going a lot further than that, because it's saying not just outside abortion centres, but it could be outside GP practices, outside chemists, and when you take all those places, then it leaves less and less a place for people to pray and to offer help. And that they're also told that women are being harassed. Now, those who have stood outside the Queen Elizabeth Hospital know that nothing could be further from the truth. But when the buffer zone consultation was happening in England, a young woman, pregnant woman had been pregnant, called Carla, wrote to the local authority her story that she and her husband had 6 children. They didn't have enough money to support another one. There was a bit of depression in their family, and then she found herself pregnant, and so they realised we simply cannot afford another child. They knew an abortion would be the wrong decision for them. They knew it wasn't the path that they should be walking on, but nobody gave us any help. Interestingly, none of the medical professionals and no other professional offers any help whatsoever. So she said, I found myself in an abortion centre. My husband had to stay outside because he wasn't allowed in, he had to stay outside in the street. I was in there, and in her words, she said, I felt alone, I felt hopeless, and I felt as though very sad and anxious. So she said, I went out for a breath of fresh air, and I saw my husband, and then out the side of her eye, at the gate of the centre, we noticed this woman standing quietly in a contemplative way. And she said, I don't know why my husband went up and spoke to her, but then he poured out his heart to her and he said, we're here for an abortion and we don't want to do it, and told all this. And she said, well, actually, I'm here with 40 Days for Life. She had no posters, she had no pamphlets, she didn't approach him, but he poured out her heart, and then Carla poured out their heart and said, if we could only have help, we wouldn't be here. And she said, well, I'll be able to get you all of the kind of a pram, furniture, baby clothes, baby food. We'll help your husband to get a job. I'll even organise for him to have a car to go back and forth for his work if need be. And she said that warmth and that hope allowed them to make the decision they always wanted to make, which is to have that child. She said, now I've got a child, I've got a new life, I've got new friends, and my husband's got a job, all because that woman was there to stop us making what would have been the most horrendous decision of our lives. Now, March for Life know countless women and couples who have gone to abortion centres in that circumstance, and have spoken to them and have been helped to make the choice that they want to make. So those who are standing in these vigils are helping the pro-choice movement as well as the pro-life movement, because they're there for women, many women who may well want to have that child. So I would just say to anyone who's thinking about this legislation, think again. It's not harassment, it's help. It's not protest, it's prayer. It's not whether it's pro-life or pro-choice, it's both. And it's allowing women to make the choice they want to make, even at the 11th hour.
I mean, that is the most salient point we've heard so far. In all these arguments for buffer zones, people always say we're pro-choice, we're pro-choice, we're pro-choice. You made it quite clear. It's a contradiction in terms that if you want to ban buffer zones, you're not pro-choice. You're not giving women a choice. You're giving them a one-sided argument. You're giving them a one-sided option. There's no option. You have to go through with it. So we've actually, later on, you'll hear a testimony. Bishop Keenan gave a wonderful testimony there about Carla, whose husband was intervened by and saved essentially from making that terrible decision by crying out for help to someone they spotted doing nothing but simply standing there outside a clinic. Unfortunately, our story we're going to be sharing, which has been recorded with Hayley as a survivor of abortion, she refers to that incident and wishes that she had seen someone, but she didn't have anyone there. And when she realised there were such a thing as pro-life prayers, pro-life help outside clinics and hospitals, she might not have went with it, and she regrets it just now. But I wouldn't preempt her story for her. I'll let Hayley in her own words tell you that story when that comes up. So it's a heavy topic, but what we're trying to do with Sancta's Night for Life is to show that pro-life is not just all doom and gloom. We are Catholics, we've got the joy of the gospel, we've got the joy of life. We celebrate life in all its fullness from womb to tomb, and we've had a variety of that this weekend with different guests coming in, entertainment, singing, quizzes, adoration. It's all there. So how would you encourage Catholics, Bishop John, to get involved with standing up for life in the local communities and the parishes?
Well, I think, as you say, this is a good news message, isn't it? I think so there's two sides to the good news, the hope that we offer. There's the wonderful news of new life, isn't it? Everyone, when someone says, I'm pregnant, your automatic reaction is, oh, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that a wonderful thing? And the congratulations. When a couple bring home the kind of the scan of their baby in the womb, everyone gathers round and thinks of the wonder of new life. Oh, look at this, there's its finger, there's its nose. So I think we want to maybe, again, keep at the forefront just the sheer wonder of new life. Every single child in the womb, a direct intervention of God's creation. Direct, not like any other life. A direct intervention of God's life, and that will have a relationship with God for all eternity, an immortal, an eternal relationship. So I think we want to do that, and then also praise the holiness of God that He could do such marvellous things. The other side of the coin then is the hope for women, isn't it? I mean, the real sadness and the worry about the buffer zone legislation, it's to do one thing, is to take away the Good Samaritan. That's what it does. Take away the Good Samaritan from these women. And so we want to be saying, well, the good news is that are good Samaritans there. There is help for you. There's always hope. And we want to be people rejoicing in the wonder of new life, but also there to show women, couples in all sorts of difficulties that there is hope.
It's been absolutely fantastic to have you in, Bishop John.
Great to be here.
It's we realise you're a very, very busy man. Bishops are busy these days, so we are glad you come for the first time. But what's your plans coming up to Christmas next week or so, for example?
Next week? Well, next week, funny enough, I mean, it's tough life being a bishop, but I'm going to be on the, as it turns out, on the Celtic team plane on Monday as they fly out to Rome to play Lazio, and I'm a guest of the Celtic party. Why? Because they approached me a month or so ago and asked me if it would be possible for me to organise a private audience with Pope Francis for them while they're out in Rome for the Champions League game against Lazio. And as it turns out, I was able to organise that. And so, perk of the job, on Wednesday morning, early Wednesday morning, I will be taking the Celtic club to meet Pope Francis and to introduce him into the Celtic team. So that's my early next week.
That's very exciting. How are you going to be going? Obviously, if someone comes to the Pope and says, "Your Holiness, this is such and such." How many players are you going to introduce? Do you know all their names?
Yes, I do know all their names. I know them all, and I'll be so that'll be lovely. A lovely thing to do, and also be able to point out to the Holy Father, the Celtic, and to the club, that Celtic was born out of the heart of the Catholic Church. It was established by Brother Walfrid in the local men of the St Vincent de Paul of the three parishes on the Clyde, to help to fund the poor children's dinner table. And the first members of Celtic were the Archbishop of Glasgow, the three local priests and the lay people of Glasgow. So that's probably unique for any club in the world to have been born from the heart of the Church. I think what it does is it shows our lay faithful and our clergy today, with other problems but similarly as deep, that actually, if you've got commitment, creativity, imagination, and clergy and the people work together, religious and the people work together, it's amazing the things that can be done.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing the footage of the Celtic team meeting with the Holy Father.
The only thing was that they didn't ask me to bring my football boots. But I'm going to pack them just in case.
I think the last time you snuck a teddy bear in, I think.
I did, yes.
So maybe this time you can sneak your football boots in. But as I was saying, I read earlier on in the news that Pope Francis has a wee bit of a flu just now, or a cold, so he's cancelled an audience, but hopefully he'll be back on top form for midweek with Bishop John and the Celtic team. So we wish you all the best with that.
Thank you.
And we hope that your presence and the Holy Father's blessing on the team will give some divine...
Oh, please God.
The Italians won't like that, mind you.
No, well, the audience is after the game.
Oh, well, that's not going to work. Unless it's retrospective, I don't know how that works. But thanks for coming in again.
Thank you very much,
Really
John Patrick. God bless Sancta Familia, all the wonderful work that you're doing for the Church in Scotland.
Thanks very much. God bless. So now we'll cut across and see what's coming on next on Sancta's Showcase for Life. And it's been a wonderful day so far, and it's going to continue to be a wonderful day. The night's only getting started. We're here till 10 o'clock tonight. So let's see what's coming up on Sancta's Showcase for Life.
The Society for the Protection of Unborn Children is working to make abortion unthinkable and to ensure that precious unborn babies can go on to live happy, healthy and rewarding lives. Every unborn baby saved, every mother helped, each of these things will echo through eternity. With courage, clarity and kindness, SPUC will never stop speaking in defence of those who cannot. Please, unite with SPUC now and become a link in the chain courageously battling to end abortion.
So we've had over 50 years now since the implementation of the 1967 Abortion Act. Since then, over 10 million unborn children have lost their lives, and countless mothers, families, fathers have all been hurt. So that's really important that we're here today to remember those lives that have been lost and hurt by abortion.
So today we are here in Edinburgh to speak up for the unborn children. Since 1967, more than 10 million babies have been killed as a result of abortion, and also for the women who have been damaged as a result of abortion. So we have more than 100 people here holding pro-life signs to be a voice for the voiceless.
It's been a while since I've done one of these things, and so I felt I really wanted to get back out onto the pro-life scene.
I was here last year, and I think it's just a good opportunity to continue being involved in pro-life work and activism. I have some of my friends here, so it's quite nice to be with them and to do this together with them.
I'm a strong believer in SPUC, and I take a strong pro-life position in Parliament and elsewhere. But I think for me, the key thing is that I'm here as a parliamentarian to speak for people that don't have a voice. And that can be different sections of society, but I mean one clear section of society that does not have a voice are unborn babies, and they should have rights, they do have rights, and they need somebody to speak for them. They can't speak for themselves, so I would want to speak for them here or in Parliament.
I think it's important to be here to show that you can be pro-women and pro-women's rights and also pro-life, and actually to show it's an issue everyone can have a say on. I think it's massively important that we have men and women, but particularly for women to stand up and say this is something I believe in, and it's something that I'm happy to stand for as a woman.
550 babies have been killed in the womb every day, and people behind me are trying to say that abortion is healthcare, and they're hiding behind euphemisms and instead of highlighting the reality of abortion, which is barbaric. So you can see their signs, some of which are quite derogatory in nature. However, we have a stack of other encouraging pro-life signs here that are marking the humanity and sanctity of human life.
It's very peaceful and very quiet, and I would have to say I also visited outside the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I was at the pro-life vigil during the 40 days, and again very quiet and very peaceful. So I mean the idea that we need legislation to restrict demonstrations like this or vigils like this, it's just absolute nonsense.
I think it's really hypocritical that there's pro-abortion counter-demonstrators here today. Routinely they say to pro-life people, be in public places, not near abortion clinics and not near hospital facilities. Now that we're in a public place, they're still here to counter our demonstration. So I think this shows that this isn't about buffer zones, this is about an intolerance of pro-life people and making sure that the pro-life person and presence is stamped out from every element of society.
Pleased to see so many different types of people, young and old, from different backgrounds, religious and some are not, as well, who are speaking up for the unborn and women who are post-abortive and damaged as a result of abortions. I just think it's a really important day to stand up for the millions of babies that have been slaughtered in the womb, and like I said before, they have no voice. So unlike other victim groups, we need people out today. We need people speaking up for them. And it's so important, never underestimate, never tire of doing good, is what I would say to anyone who maybe is thinking maybe I could do it next year. And I encourage you to, join us.
Hello and welcome everyone, it's great to be back.
Well, I've enjoyed the talks are really good, and also friends here that you don't get to see.
It's been absolutely incredible. I've met some amazing people, we've heard some great speakers, very smart people with lots of great stories to share, and it's been a very hopeful weekend for the pro-life community, and I think we've all taken away some very positive messages to go back to universities, go back to work, and start spreading the pro-life message again.
It's great to see everyone again. I was here last year, so everyone's always super friendly. Nice to see some new faces as well, make new friends.
The atmosphere is unreal. Like, I came here like 3 years ago for the first time, and I knew nobody, and like everyone now, like even they're so friendly. Like, I've made the greatest friends from here, and it's honestly so good. No, it is. It's really good atmosphere.
Well, it's my first time to SPUC Youth Conference, and it's been very welcoming. The talks have been very inspirational. I think it's been good.
It's been an absolutely fantastic conference so far. The people have come from all over, even as far as Spain this year, which is fantastic.
Fantastic weekend. We had such a variety of speakers I enjoyed, such as Josh and Margaret, who spoke on the reality of course abortion. So over 170 young people were equipped by SPUC here.
I always enjoy being here, having the community, because you can always feel so alone when you're back in your normal life and you just come here and you remember there's so many people that you're your age.
I was actually here last year and it's been amazing. I thought it was going to be like, oh, same thing as last year, but no, it's been completely different, and I would definitely recommend to every single person to come for it next year. I won't be missing next year, so I will definitely be here.
The theme of this year's conference is essentially coerced abortion is abuse, so it's highlighting to the young people the reality of coerced abortion.
The speakers that we have just been absolutely fantastic. We wanted to focus a little bit on coercion this year, and how important that is to bring up and highlight. So we have had some fantastic speakers on that topic. We also had Josh Graham over from the Equal Rights Institute in the States, so we've been wanting to bring him over for a while now.
Highlight of the conference, definitely Josh Graham. Internationally renowned pro-life speaker, and he was giving us lots of advice about how to kind of pick apart our own arguments, kind of take them back to the principles of them.
I've really enjoyed the talks. They've all been really informative, really exciting, but also just building up pro-life community. I think it's so important, especially at the minute. It feels very especially in Edinburgh, we've had a lot of opposition over the past year, and so meeting up with other pro-life people and seeing the bigger picture has been really, really uplifting.
We just had our King and Queen and TikTok champions of 2023 at the SPUC conference, and these guys got the most views, got the most likes, and it's good. They didn't know each other before this weekend, and here they are now sharing the spoils of their good work.
It's always a great opportunity to get young people together to learn and to get to know each other and to create that sense of pro-life community.
Just really inspiring to meet so many young people of a similar mindset and ready to change other people's minds.
It's wonderful to be at the 2023 Youth Conference and to have so many enthusiastic young people listening to such inspirational speakers. They really are being educated, they're being empowered, and I really believe that they will go out and change our society to make it a pro-life one. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here, and SPUC is really pleased with how this event is going.
The Alma Mater Fund is really important because it gives women tangible financial help while at the same time progressing and pursuing their academic studies.
When I was pregnant at first, it was the biggest shock of my life. I was not expecting it.
Pregnant and parenting university students are vulnerable to a great number of things while at university. Many of them feel as though they have to choose between finishing their degree and having their child. According to the NUS, 11% of student parents report having enough money to cover their expenses, and 60% of student parents have considered dropping out at some time during university, and that number goes up to 65% when you consider single parents.
The Alma Mater's Fund was so helpful in helping me get things I wouldn't have been able to afford, like cots and prams and all the little things as well. You don't realise how much money it actually costs to have a baby, but it really helped me out, yeah.
And so there's clearly a need there to support pregnant and parenting university students. And often universities are hostile environments to having children. Children and parenthood is not something welcome on campus. And so in response to that need, SPUC Scotland established the Alma Mater Fund to help alleviate some of the financial pressure, as well as to signpost to women the various places where they can get further support to continue their studies and have their children.
When students contact the Alma Mater Fund and I can speak to them directly, it's a very personal link, and I'm able to talk directly with individual students, get to know the women who may be helped practically by Alma Mater grants. Just chatting with them on the phone gives me a better insight and makes me more aware of the difference that the grant can make to their lives.
So to other students, I would tell them that you can do it, you can definitely get there with a baby. There is support out there in the university and charities like the Alma Mater Fund. Yeah. Baby. Aha, yeah, you can have a baby, can't you?
Mama. Mama. The The Alma Mater Fund is currently restricted to Scottish universities, but it's our hope to expand to universities across the UK, as well as to students in other types of scenarios, whether it be college or something similar. Now, of course, there are 10 times as many universities in England as there are, so that's a huge task ahead of us, but we're really hopeful that we'll be able to extend this support and this helping hand to empower more women to both pursue their degrees and have their families.
You can actually get through it, and I love her to bits as well, yeah. It's just, you guide me through it, don't you? Yeah, I feel like she's like my motivation now to actually push on and get my degree and get a job out of it as well.
Thank you for that, Bishop John, and thank you to you at home for sending in your questions. We will now have a short break and short musical interlude with music from Cantoris Dei Matris.
I'm Fraser Pierce from the choir of Cantores Matris Dei, and we're very happy to be singing in support of SPUC and encourage you to do everything you can to support their work as they fight for a culture of life in Scotland and beyond.
Sanctus Dominus Deus Sabaoth, plenis sunt celi et terra gloria tua, Hosanna in excelsis, benedictus qui veni in nomine Domini, Hosanna in excelsis. Exules Filii Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bone voluntatis.
Laudamus Te.
Benedicimus Te.
Adoramus Te.
Glorificamus Te.
Gratias agimus Tibi, propter magnam gloriam Tuam.
Domine Deus Rex Celestis, Deus Pater omnipotens,
Domine Filii unigenite, Iesu Christe.
Domine Deus Agnus Dei, Filius Patris,
Qui tolli peccata mundi, miserere nobis.
qui tollis peccata mundi, suscipe deprecationem nostram.
Qui sedes ad exterram Patris, miserere nobis.
Quoniam tu solus sanctus,
Tu salus Dominus,
tu solus altissimus, Iesu Christe,
cum Sancto Spiritu, in gloria Dei, Patris.
Ecce venie Dominus, ut sedeatum principibus, et solium gloriae teneat. Dixi Dominus Domino meo, sede ad extris meis, donec bonem inimicos tuos, scaverum pedum tuorum, virgam potentiae tuae emitte Dominus ex iom. Dominare in medio inimicorum tuorum, tecum principatus in die virtutis tuae, in splendoribus sanctis. Ex utero ante Luciferum genuite, juravi Dominus et non penetebit eum. Tu es sacerdos in aeternum secundum ordinem Melchizedec, Dominus ad extris tuis, conquas habit in die ire suae leges, de torrente in via bibet, propterea exultabit caput, gloria Patri et Filio, et Spiritui Sancto, sicut erat in principio et nunc et semper, et in saecula saeculorum. Amen. Ecce venie Dominus, ut sedeatum principibus, et solium gloriae teneat. Dies illa solvet seclum in favilla, teste David cum Sibylla.
Quantos tremor est futurus, quando iudex est venturus, cum ta stricte discussurus.
Duba mirum spargens sonum, per sepulcra regionum, coget omnes ante tronum.
Mors stupebit et natura, cum resurget creatura, iudicanti responsura.
Libe scriptus profere tu, in quo totum contine tu, unde mundus judicetur.
Iudex ergo cum sedibit, quid lateta parebit, nili nutum remanebit.
Quid sumis et uncticturus, quem patronum rogaturus, convictius tuus sit securus.
Rex tremende majestatis, qui salvando salvas gratis, salva me fons pietatis.
Recordare supie, quod sum causa tuae viae, ne me perdas illa
Querens passatis di lassus, redemis di crucem passus, tantus labor, non sit casus.
Juste exulsionis, donum fac remissionis, ante diem rationis.
Ignemis quotanquam reus, proparubet cultus meus, supplicanti parce Deus.
Qui Mariam absolvisti, et latronem exaudisti, mihi quoque spem dedisti.
Preces mei non sunt digne, sed tu bonus fac benigne, ne pereni cremerigne.
Inter oves locum presta, et abedis me sequestra, statuend in parte dextra.
Confutatis maledictis, flammis acribus addictis, vocam ecum benedictis.
Oro supplex et acclinis, cor contritum quasi scinis, gere curam mei finis.
Lacrimos dies illa, quare surget ex favilla.
Iudicandus amor reus, uic ergo pace Deus. Jesu Domine, dona eis requiem.
So I hope that you enjoyed tonight's show, and I invite you to check the link below and donate generously to the wonderful work of SPUC.
So I hope everyone enjoyed that short interlude from Cantoris de Matris. We're now going to move on and hear from Mary Dugan, who was a midwife and is going to talk about her experiences of leaving and being forced out of the job she loved.
So welcome back to Sancta's Showcase for Life. We, this weekend, are focusing on a variety of individuals who, for different roles and different professions, have contributed to the fight for life, the pro-life fight, and none less than Mary Dugan, who some of you may have known as being the midwife, the pro-life midwife, who sadly was forced to leave her job because of her pro-life views. So we're delighted that today we have in studio with us for the Sancta Showcase, Mary Dugan here today. So thank you, Mary, for being here.
Very happy to be here. Thanks for asking me.
For the viewers who maybe are unaware of your story, can you recap, perhaps? It's nearly 10 years now. What happened?
Yeah, it's 9 years ago since we lost in the courts in Supreme Court in London. But to just go back, I worked at in the Southern General as a labour ward sister for a good many years. 1989 through to when I left in 2015 officially. But what happened was I was a labour ward manager. The old word would be a sister. And there were always a number of us who had held on to the rights of conscientious objection, which was ingrained in the law that protected any nurse or midwife or doctor from taking part and participating in any of the treatment surrounding abortion. And of course the abortions that would be done in our area were on handicapped children. Not always life-threatening, but that was always how it was portrayed. But that was the babies from the labour suite that we would have to consider. And it was always awkward, and it's always been awkward to work in the environment, because even though you may have these views, very often the situation would have been left for you to actually do something about, and that could crop up at any given time. But it was always still there that we had the right to not participate or not manage the situation, so to speak. And but things started to change. There were Catholic doctors that were in charge of the unit, clinical directors, and they never did abortion, and that in itself kind of kept this culture quite reasonable for Catholics to work in. But as the face of medicine changed, you had younger doctors coming in and even the sort of midwifery managers too. And for them it was a hassle. They never thought about it, to be honest, because they just think it's okay and don't have an issue with it. So they would manage these cases, and what we found, there were more and more incidences coming to the labour suite, because one of the consultants was wanting to handle any woman who had a handicapped baby. They would differentiate between those who would social terminations. So that she was looking for those women, no matter what the gestation, no matter how far on they were in their pregnancy, to be nursed in the labour suite. Well, that presents a whole lot of practical problems. And then you will always also get an increased number, because once they're picked up at 10 weeks, 12 weeks, then that's where the majority of them are picked up as being a problem. And whereas it used to be they would be done in the gynecology ward, they were then getting directed to the labour suite. So I was watching this and I was aware that we were getting more problems. And so I was proactive in approaching my managers about it. And that was around about 2007. And that went on informally for a couple of years. But then there was a change of management, and there was new people coming. They were closing the Queen Mother's Hospital, and it was amalgamating with the Southern General. And what I knew to be the case is that they did an awful lot more over at the Queen Mother's than we did. And I heard one day one of the managers speaking about the numbers, and I was quite horrified, because I thought, this is not just going to be an occasional whatever, one every so many months. This is going to be a daily occurrence. So I was horrified. So I became much more voluble about the about bringing it to their attention. There were a number of us who had conscientious objection, and therefore we didn't have the problem. It was a management problem to deal with. And nobody really did anything about that until we had to make it official. We seemed to go through this quagmire of discussions with different groups and different bodies of people. And nobody was really taking us seriously until eventually they had to, when I sort of brought up a public meeting. So it was then rolling on, and around about 2009, I knew that the environment that was being created, I wouldn't be able to sustain and stay in that environment, because the abortion issue was going to become more problematic. But through all the discussions, they eventually seemed to back down and say, okay, you've got a right to, and you can exercise that right. But then in 2010, because they didn't make it clear on the floor amongst other staff that were present, so I just said, you've got to do something about this. But they threw down the gauntlet and they said, well, if you want to make it official. Now, I'd been fighting for that since about 2007, 2008, and this is 2010. And I was stunned because by that time I was planning to leave. I had a job actually lined up to go and work as an administrator with a post-abortion counselling group in SPUC, actually. But I had to wait till this was done, except this was at the 11th hour. They said to me, you know, they took back everything they promised. So I never worked from that day, but we then had to go through and make it official, and it took a long time, but eventually ended up in the courts. And we were two cases in Scotland. First hearing was in Edinburgh with Lady Smith, and she didn't back us at all. Second time it was 3 judges when we appealed it. And they fully supported our rights to conscientious objection. But then the Health Board appealed that, so it went to the Supreme Court in London. And interestingly enough, just recently, the 11th of November, we were actually in the courtroom. I was thinking that just in the anniversary of Armistice Day, because that was when we had our last hearing in the Supreme Courts in London. And I remember outside the courtroom, it was hundreds, thousands of poppies, red poppies. And then in the courtroom itself, they stopped for a 2-minute silence at 11 minutes past 11 to commemorate the dead, the fallen that had died in the First and the Second World War. And they nobody seemed to grasp the dichotomy here for millions of babies that have been slaughtered. And there's remembering the dead of the wars, and I just found it really poignant, you know. Anyway, they didn't come with us at all. They voted against us. But it was myself and Connie primarily as managers. But basically what they were saying is we didn't have to take part in doing the abortion or looking after the woman directly, but we had to get someone, we had to delegate staff to go in and do it. We had to make sure that that person was experienced, and if any problems arose, we would be held responsible. In effect, what they said as managers, we had to make sure it was done. So in any other area of law, if you've got somebody who's outside a bank, and he's got in the car and he's got the key in the ignition, and he's waiting for the guys who've gone in and stolen the money, he's culpable. And during that period of time, there was a case in Europe apparently where some German had been in one of the concentration camps, and what he did was he registered people in who were brought in as prisoners during that terrible period of time, and he was found guilty of participation. So ours was much, much more involved. And so that was, we couldn't work in that environment.
Conscience dictated that you couldn't do it.
Well, if you're telling me I've got to make sure that the abortion's going to get done, absolutely no way.
Of course, I mean, the pro-choice, or pro-choice group as you would call them these days, are all for this idea that people have this ability to choose.
It is nonsense.
You didn't have the ability to choose?
No, it's nonsense.
So, in the time since 9 years on, has it changed much, the culture in the NHS? Do you think it's got better or worse?
It's obviously got worse, but what I would say though is I started nursing in 1975. Now that was 7, 8 years after the Abortion Act was passed. But I remember even then, I knew that when I went into nursing I was going to have to walk a fine line, because if you get sent to a gynaecology ward, you were going to be facing abortion. And I would say this to any of the young people today, whether it's in medicine or nursing or midwifery, the problem has always been there. It's always been a difficult line to walk, and you would be under pressure because there would always be people who would resent you for actually wanting to exercise your right. Apparently our case actually upheld the right of the staff midwives, albeit that I would say it narrowed down what they could withdraw from, but it actually still said they could withdraw. But it's always up to the individual to assert, and some of the things that were said about us, people have no idea. They don't have that. Well, that's the way of the world, I suppose.
Was there some strength to get through that? What kind of got you through that?
Oh, my faith got me through that, and same with Connie as well. But what I mean is that there was one counsellor actually from Lanarkshire here, And it made the Independent newspaper nationally. And I don't think it was so much because it was our case. I think it was more because it was an SNP councillor that was getting into hot water because of what he said. I don't think they were actually defending us. But it was the front page of the Telegraph, I think it was at the time. But basically what he said was we were a couple of witches, and that we should have known when we took the job that we would have to do that. And he was he just showed himself up. But he was saying we should just get a bucket and wipe the floors and everything else. But the interesting thing he said was, you know, you wouldn't ask a vegetarian to go and work in an abattoir. And I thought, wow, that's an incredible thing for him to say. There was a lot coming out in what he was coming out with. But the point of the matter is there were people who were saying, well, why did you take the job? The job had always allowed for the conscience rights of individuals. That's why the law was put in place. In fact, what many people don't realise is the number of Irish people that worked in the health service in 67, 68 was a very large number. And David Steele admitted that they had to do something because they were concerned that there would be a mass exodus of staff because they wouldn't do this. So that was put in. So when they were telling us you took the job and well, no, the job always permitted that staff wouldn't take part in this.
Of course, your job was wider than that anyway.
Of course. Of course, but what I would say is, has it got worse? I think it probably has got worse, but I think the number of people who are accepting it as being a necessary normal has probably increased, and it's not necessarily that they want to do it, but they're accepting that it's just the downside of the job.
And the sad thing about that is that even having that conversation has been restricted. Looking at buffer zones just now around hospitals, especially the focus for the 40 Days for Life that was at the Queen Elizabeth University. It's not yet law here in Scotland, but in parts of the UK it is, and it eventually potentially will be banned. Buffer zones, what do you think about that in terms of the effect it will have on potential people who maybe need help?
I think the whole thrust of these thought processes by people on the opposite side of us, the ones who are really adamant about doing that, then it just shows you where they are. They're very anti-life in general. There's no freedom as such. This is all nonsense. And they don't really care about the women. They don't. Because, you know, they stop people outside who are not protesting, they're praying. Well, because it upsets and offends them. So what do you do about a church that's got the crucifix up on it, or the cross? Before you know it, well, that's offending somebody too. So there is no tolerance, and that's what it is. But the fact that they've got to use force and the law, which goes against the grain, I think the majority of people wouldn't necessarily support those laws, but you've got folk that are determined to pass them.
I think people were shocked when Isabel Vaughan Spruce was arrested for just simply standing
I know
there.
that, yeah, I know Isabel.
So she was arrested by the thoughts in her head.
That's right, that's right.
Which is extremely chilling, that the police could arrest someone for their thoughts.
Well, that probably, I mean, I know Isabel, I know very well, and that just demonstrates exactly where this is going. And the same thing happened with Isabel as happened with us. Many people contacted her who didn't agree with her view, but they are horrified at the fact she's not even just allowed to, she's not expressing it in that, she's thinking it. And that, for anyone who's a thinking person, no matter what your views are, that is horrifying. But we also had people who were saying, we knew that they weren't actually of the same mindset of us, but they expressed support for our rights to exercise conscience. So society is sleepwalking, I think.
It seems to get worse because you're looking now at, you've got to the stage where abortion was very strict in the sense that at the beginning there was promises for this and that, it wouldn't happen in certain circumstances, it wouldn't, it did. Then you get to the buffer zone situation where you can't even talk about it near a hospital. Now we're getting to this increase after the coronavirus pandemic where there is a DIY abortion where you don't even almost need to see a doctor for abortions to take place. What's your thoughts on that?
It's just dreadful. It's just dreadful because I was involved with so much, long before our case. I've always been very aware of the harm and the pain that many, many women suffer post-abortion. And I've done voluntary work in that field, and it's nothing to do with judging women. We all know somebody who's gone down that path. And it is a truism there, but for the grace of God go I. That shouldn't stop us from actually reflecting on the whole practice though, because that's all the emotional side of it. But I do care for women who have been down that route, and so when they're doing these DIY at home, they will still see the small fetus, the baby, and many of them have cracked. I'm aware that their denial breaks quicker because they actually see their unborn baby. It's not a clump of cells at all.
But the question about that as well, that people don't seem to forget, is it's not just giving flexibility for people to do this without a doctor, it's also potentially there's room for abuse from a
absolutely
coercive partner
absolutely,
or a husband or
absolutely,
whoever
absolutely.
who's forcing these things,
Yeah.
you know.
So I think when they talk about or making it, they put the rosy picture on that it's all for the benefit of women, but it's not really. Yeah, they don't. You know, it's. I think we're kidding ourselves on if that's. It's also cheaper. You don't have to occupy a bed. You don't have to go through theatre. Maybe, but you probably do, or quite a number do, because of bleeding or coming back into hospital incomplete, or whatever else may be. There are all these problems that can still arise.
That's one of the things SPUC are focusing on just now. This Justice for Baby Lily campaign, which is, you know, the sad story of that baby that it was killed after the legal period of home abortion. So there was no regulation there, and the child was killed. So that sort of thing is where SPUC's money goes towards, these legal campaigns. So that's the sort of thing we're supporting tonight and what we're doing to fight against it, to raise awareness. Because the vast majority of people out there won't know.
Well, it's funny you saying that, because I was talking to a friend of mine who the past couple of weeks she's been talking to her husband, and she said something about, we were listening to a story of about an abortionist who changed his mind. He was an American chap, and he was graphic in his interview and what he said, and she was horrified. She thought she was quite enlightened. She worked as a social worker, but she was horrified at what he was saying. And I said, yes, that's the sort of thing that does happen. Now, she mentioned her husband, and he says, that's conspiracy, that's nonsense. And you know, he just couldn't believe that there would be something, these practices could carry on. And they do. But there's a mindset, and it's a very anti-life mindset.
And one of the things, we're Catholics, and Sancta Familia is a Catholic organisation. SPUC necessarily is for the wider pro-life cause, but Sancta is Catholic, so we both look at our faith as well. So personally, I'm pro-life on account of my faith, but also I can see the science of it as well. So where do you fall in that spectrum? Is it a faith thing, a science thing, a logical thing? What's your kind of view on that?
Well, I would say it's Catholic teaching because it's wrong. Of course. It's not wrong because it's Catholic teaching. Yeah. I don't want to get into theological discussions about that, but it's Catholic teaching because it's basically wrong. Yeah. The whole thing about turning against life and turning against, the whole field where women are, whatever's happened in their lives, that they'll actually turn against their own children. The womb. Mother Teresa said that very, very well all those years ago. When you create violence in the womb, you create a violent society. There's scientific evidence to show that child abuse and everything else rises wherever abortionists come in. Because I'm not a mother, I'm an aunt, and I've got lots and lots of nieces and nephews, but I've seen my family, and I've seen friends who've been tired at night, and what they'll do for their children is incredible. And the amazing thing is that when you've not had any sleep for days or nights on end, and your child is crying, screaming, it can blow your mind, but there's something instinctive that stops a mother, and the father probably too, from crossing that line of harming a child through pure lack of sleep that would drive you crazy. But billions and billions and billions of women have done it throughout the century since we started, and have never crossed that line, because people who are involved in this whole field will tell you the instinct on the mother to protect the child, even when to the point of insanity, almost like somebody else. But you break that line, you've done the worst thing, is turned against the baby internally. Then it's not so difficult to do it when the child is here, because those expressions are periods of extreme stress. Yeah. But you've crossed the line already. It's not a conscious thing, it's happened. Therefore, the safety net is not there the same way.
It's funny how society looks at it that way, because we talk about the faith aspect of it. The Catholic Church has always a clear view on pro-life issues and abortion, and it seems that the science has caught up with it. From my viewpoint, only the recent discoveries about the progression and the growth of the baby in the womb and the DNA and the genetics and the uniqueness of it all, to me, seems like confirmation of what we've always believed.
Oh yeah, and the more science does find out, the more incredible this whole gift of life is. It's not very long ago that they discovered that women have cells in their body that are not theirs. And this is like years later. And what they found is that, I've forgotten the name of it, something chimera. And I think it's around about 2005, 2007, this has come into the scientific papers. But the baby's cells pass the mother's, the barrier. And they found that these cells go to parts of her body and actually give protection, scientific, physical protection to the mother. And this is another field altogether. Yeah. Huge.
That strikes me because in my mind just now, when I think of the opposing side of the life debate, they always use horrible words about babies as parasites.
That's exactly yeah. But the opposite's true.
I mean, the complete opposite of what a parasite is, and the fact you're explaining that there.
And also, what many people don't realise is that the fathers of these babies, there's a change in their chemistry too. They have reduced testosterone levels for up to between, I think, 12 and 14 weeks postnatally. And part of that is to create this nurturing protection. So this is incredible. The science is phenomenal about childbirth, and the more we find out,
and beautiful, the whole thing, the whole concept.
It's just amazing.
It's just inspiring, and that the work that SPUC do is trying to take that to the streets. One of the things that we talked to this weekend is the group from Project Truth who go out and just explain what a baby looks like at certain stages. And you're amazed from our times we've covered their work how little people actually know.
Oh yeah,
on the street.
yeah. And that's the bottom line. They don't know, and a lot of people sadly don't want to know, and because then they'll be culpable, and they don't. The idea that you'll be active in trying to stop abortion suggests, or to many people, that you're being judgmental on the women, and that's not for you to do. And the ironic thing is, when you read scripture and it says about choosing life, God is in favour of choice, but us making the right choices with free will. And that's, that's what we try to promote, is that they do make the right choices, because this is an action they can't do without the assistance of others, really.
I think talking about assisting others as well, I think we have a responsibility, not just as men. People often say that men have no right to speak about this issue, but Catholic men in particular have a role, not just a paternal role, but to pray for those women who are potentially considering it, and supporting those women in their lives as well. But what is the power of prayer, the power of the rosary in regards to the fight for pro-life?
Oh, I think that's what it's all at, to be honest. It's a supernatural battle. It really is. And I think we have to do what we can do. And if we look in our scriptures, always when God is demonstrating his power, the numbers of faithful are a tiny, the remnant, always. I mean, the story of Gideon, for example, the two stories I love to tell, one of King David, when he was, I loved it, he was facing off Goliath. Now, when he went to take on that battle, he didn't wait for Goliath to come, he took it to him. And fantastic, and against all odds, he just hit with one stone. The 5 rosaries, whatever it may be. That story, and then Gideon, when he was told to produce an army to do God's work, was it 40,000 he got? But God says, no, too many. So God actually pares it down to, we shouldn't be too disappointed our numbers. It is a spiritual battle. Of course. And the rosary in your hand, that is for sure. Of course, there's those incidents where, I think Poland started it, where the men, there's nothing more attractive, I don't think, and powerful in its humility and gentleness are men kneeling in these great numbers praying the rosary. They're going to take a lot of stick and a lot of abuse, but so what? Talk about manhood. Really, seriously. So never mind the swords of